so important. Miss Bonnie hates when I call her a lot of times, but I've been trying to go through the chain of command of just saying, hey, have you talked to Miss Bonnie? Have you talked to the principal? That way it flows and they don't feel like that. 'Cause a lot of people just come to us and think, well, we can magically change stuff, but we really can't. So
Yeah.
that's, I mean, I guess really kind of a board's responsibility is more or less that we're policies and
You are, and
budgets and
you establish. So, for instance, sports. I always get a lot of questions about sports.
I
you know?
hate sports. I was a coach. I love y'all, but I'll just tell you right now, buses and sports.
Those tend to cause the most.
I might stay in this 10 years if it wasn't for that, but buses and sports.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about sports. I mean, you all, for instance, one of the biggest things you all control. What sports are we going to offer? You know, what are we going to pay our coaches? Are we going to pay our coaches? I mean, some districts have to look at that and say, is that something we can do? So you set the budget, the positions, what you're going to offer, but then it kind of goes over to the director of, well, now I've got to go find somebody that's actually qualified to be the baseball coach or to be a basketball coach. So I think as far as when you get those questions, depending on the situation, most of the time, I mean, I think you're doing right to say, hey, this is an issue. Can you figure out who needs to address it? If it's the baseball team, is it the athletic director? Is it the principal? Is it a parent upset that their kid's not getting enough playing time? Or is it somebody upset about an actual issue? Believe it or not, there are people that get upset. They feel like their kids aren't getting enough playing time. And we'll file lawsuits over that.
We believe it. There is no believe it or not. Well, that's one thing that, and I myself, before I took this position, failed to understand that, people, like Derek said, they have a problem at school and they automatically come to us. And it's, you hate to say, well, have you talked to the teacher? Have you talked to the principal? Because it feels like to me and probably to them that I'm just brushing off the issue like I don't want to deal with it. And that's not it at all. It's just I don't have any power, technically over some things. Like you have to go to your teacher or to your principal and go on up. And it's just, like I say, yes. And it feels like to them, some people get aggravated because they feel like you are just brushing the problem off to somebody else, but that's not it at all. If you go to those people and it doesn't get resolved, then come back to me and I'll check on it. I don't care to check on it, but at the same time, like you have to follow chain of command.
Well, and I think it's important too, just like you said, the reason the process exists the way it exists, it's not only to ensure that, well, one, can the teacher solve it? Can the principal solve it? Which a lot of times they may be able to. But if it is a bigger issue and it comes to you all, you've got to be able to sit back objectively and look at,
Yes.
if there was an investigation needed, you've got to be able to sit back and look at it objectively and make a decision on, could it be a termination issue? Could it be a huge student discipline issue? Those are things that when you look at the law and the way the law is structured, you have to take an objective view of that. And that's when you're, may not at an individual level, but then as a board, that's when your authority really comes into play to say, at the end of the day, you do have that ability to make the call as long as you do it according to this process. And I get it. I'm sure people think that you're just brushing them off, but at the same time, they're getting their, I guess, due process, if you will, to say, let's have everything looked at and make sure we have the facts surrounding the issue. But I know it's hard, especially in a small system,
Yes.
because everybody knows everybody,
Yes.
and that's just, they'll give you a call.
I'll tell you one of the hardest things I do. I give them Miss Bonnie's work number and I'll give them a principal number. And then I'll ask the principal or Miss Bonnie if anybody's called and no one calls them. So it's like they don't want to go. To me, it ain't that pressing if they're not willing to call the people that can actually fix your problem. So,
They'll call me and I'll say, have you talked to the principal? And they want me to fix it. They don't want to talk to the principal. And most of the time it can be fixed at the building level. But, that happens a lot, especially in a small town.
So, I mean, sports is one of those where people have their opinions about the coaches. They have their opinions about the assistant coaches, the fields, the facilities, more so than they probably do the actual school facilities and everything else. So, but I think you all understand the roles and responsibilities and where it comes into play for you all versus the director.
Our school board members pretty much handicapped if something is blatantly out in the open wrong, but the person in authority over that person doesn't do anything. Just lets it go, and then we keep getting complaints like, why is not something done? This is so obvious. It's blatant. It's in the open. What do you do about that? Just let it go?
I'd say there's not any handicap. First off, it's having that relationship with the director to say, hey, this is an issue that we're all, not just one of us, this needs to be fixed. So it's having that relationship with the director to say, hey, we're not telling you how to fix it, but you need to fix it. And then two,
What happens if that don't happen?
well, then that's a tougher conversation with you all and the director to say, hey, why isn't this happening? Because at some point it can be a directive. And I mean, once the board gives a directive, it's the superintendent that executes that directive. And, we can leave it at that. But depending on the situation, I'll give you an example. If it has to do with money, let's say it's just blatant that, somebody's using the school vehicle to haul their hay from the co-op to the farm. Imagine that, right? And people see them going down the road on a Saturday in the school truck, hauling a bunch of hay to their farm. Can you do anything about it right then? No, but that's when you direct the superintendent to say, hey, this is out in the open. This isn't okay. You need to fix it, because not only is that just an issue with somebody using school vehicle for personal use, but it's also, they're violating policies potentially. They're violating the law potentially. It needs to be fixed. And it can potentially become a money issue as well, Are they using school property to run Uber? These aren't made up, if you're wondering. So, Uber Eats actually.
Oh dear.
So those are, or Grubhub, I can't remember which one it was, but those are situations where it's blatant, it's out in the open. Fix it. It needs to be fixed, because not only, one, does it look bad on the school system, but two, there's really a chance you're violating policies. You're violating all sorts of things. So
We
not
have,
handicapped.
we have a tendency in the past to say, we'll let it go through the end of the year. We just won't rehire. And to me, that's just a easy way out.
And I can see that. And I can see, depending on the situation, does it rise to the level of something you can terminate somebody over? Or is it just a simple disciplinary issue and you choose not to rehire? And if you look at the law's got different options in place when it comes to personnel. You have short-term suspension. You have long-term suspension. You have termination. Those are different options that can be used and exercised.
Just makes us look weak.
Yeah.
We need to be gracious when we need to be gracious in a system, but sometimes you just have to put your foot down and say, no, we can't put up with this.
Yeah.
And, That's always kinda got to me. When it was so blatant out in the open, cheating during a ball game.
That was not me.
No, it was not.
I will.
I was fixing to clarify that.
Thank you, Bonnie. I was beginning to wonder, what have I done illegal?
Are you hauling hay to your farm?
No, I don't have a farm.
We don't have to worry about that. Our truck's probably not good enough to get to the farm. We don't have many trucks anyway, do we? We don't have many vehicles.
Bonnie's got one, you better ask her.
We should not bring on the maintenance workers too.
So in that case, we should be a little bit more forceful.
Yeah.
To the director, not just say.
Like that may be a
handle this, and we just let go. So.
Yeah.
We just backed off. We didn't know what I didn't know what I was supposed to do after that. Really, to tell the truth.
While the director does have authority over personnel, yes. When you look at the law, they have authority over personnel, but you all have authority over the director in the fact that you look at the teacher code of conduct and you look at, expectations for employees. You want your employees to have integrity and to be honest. And if that's not happening and the director continues to let that happen, well, then that's a problem between the board and the director that needs to be fixed as well.
We've suspended employees this year, and it's been difficult to do that. We're a small town, but when you cross a line, you have to know that there's punishment for that,
There's consequences, yeah.
so that you don't continue to do it, or if it's such that we've had to terminate. We've done that this year. That.
Well, people will see it. If you don't do something, people will see it, and they'll say, "Well,
They did it.
Well, we've done it.
you know,
I
they
can
got
I can
by
do
with
it.
it."
Yeah.
And I will say, it did make a difference in training of their supervisors, going back and retraining. And even the room during the training was different. They were actually listening for a change. This was support staff. But, you're hiring you hire a lot of people, and sometimes people do things that.
Well, and it's one of those laws of statistics, You hire enough people, somebody, at some point, it's just gonna happen. And it's not easy to terminate somebody, but at the same time, sometimes it has to be done for the.
Well, we're here for kids.
Yep.
So.
Freddie and I walked into a classroom opening night for all the people to come and visit, and the guy was stone drunk, and he couldn't find the room first of all,
I did not even know that till you told me the story.
and like, really, seriously, and he never. This is his first year. It lasted 2 more days. So you never know what you're gonna run up against.
And believe it or not, unfortunately, that happens in other places too. Which is, yeah. But that kind of goes to those two issues of, and with support personnel, if they're not a certified employee, you have a lot more leeway as the director, which is beneficial. Because they interact just as much with students as teachers do. Certainly. So what are the questions about roles and responsibilities as far as those two things go, or just anything in general? You have mandatory duties, certainly, but you have a lot of discretionary authority. And do you feel like the relationship you have with the director leads you to be a high-functioning board? Because if you think about it, if your director's not effective, it doesn't matter how effective you are. And vice versa, right? You could have the best director in the world, but I use this example. If you all act a fool in a board meeting with one another, how does that reflect on the school system? So do you feel like you have that good relationship with the director that you can bring issues and you can get them addressed, or are there issues that you feel like you can't get addressed and you want to see addressed? I mean, that's the point of this is to sit down and see what needs to be worked out and to move forward. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons we're here today. Anyways.
I feel like we do. Of course, Miss Bonnie's had to put out thousands of fires that was built long before her time that she's still spraying. So, from previous administrations.
And
So,
rebuilding a culture,
yeah,
it's really hard sometimes.
We're getting there.
we went from 2.5 hour workshops to 45-minute workshops. So, I think the longest we've had, what, an hour? If that.
Well, and part of that goes back to you feel like you're getting the information.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Does everybody feel like they're getting the information they need to make an informed decision?
Yes,
I think that's important.
yes.
Very.
Do you feel like your questions, if you have questions, can get answered?
Mhm.
I think those are probably the two biggest keys on the relationship between you and the director. I mean, communication, information. If you don't have that, that's why you have 3-hour workshops.
We don't miss them.
We did 18-minute board meeting.
We've set records, yes.
Most of the records.
But it's good you're getting that information ahead of time, though.
Mhm.
That certainly helps. So, do you feel like have you all committed to a vision of high expectations for students? Do you feel like you have? And I'm going over 8 characteristics of an effective board on page 6. Do you have strong shared beliefs and values? So, what are your beliefs? We talked about this before, and you have some shared beliefs that you all developed. But do you feel like those beliefs have changed? Is there anything new you want to add? Oh, look, there they are. There's those beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna move the flag over here so we can see them. Actually, just hit it without hitting roof. So, beliefs. Best possible facilities and resources for students, faculty, and staff still apply. Schools and families are an integral part of our community. Communication is the bridge that connects schools and families. Every student, parent, guardian, faculty member, employee deserves to feel safe and supported. All students must learn in different ways. Attendance is a vital component to student learning. Any of these change? Have they changed? Do you feel like there's
communication to families is really hard, isn't it, Bonnie?
Do what?
Communication to families. So many families are disconnected. They're split. And
Well, I do think we've worked on that as far as trying to communicate. You know, we created a social media page for the district to get information out this year. And you know, everybody, I don't care who it is, where they live, they've got a phone. And so that has helped tremendously, just getting those messages out. Now, within the schools, we're beginning to be somewhat diverse with our population. So, Kathy Mullins has worked on getting all that parent communication in different languages for different families. We can always get better with communication. I've sat in on some hard meetings this year where communication was the problem. And so you can always get better. But I think we're better than we were.
Mhm.
But are we perfect? No.
Yeah.
You know, because that goes back to your individual classroom teacher. Are they getting the message out to their parents on what's going on in that classroom?
and every teacher is different.
Yes, sir.
How well they do that.
And we have a lot of teachers on permits this year who did not go to school to be a teacher.
Mm.
And so that's been a huge challenge, especially in the communication piece. they just don't know to do it. And so the principals have had to work around that, and our coaches have worked with them. We have 31 teachers on permits. We had 10 last year.
Wow. Y'all don't have though. Y'all even have over 100 teachers.
We have 135.
135. So a quarter of them, roughly.
And I'm afraid we'll have even more next year. But the board has committed to raising our salary so that we can be at least competitive with some of the other counties. Not Rutherford, but at least Warren and DeKalb and Wilson.
Well, you all face a kind of an interesting issue of you're 20 minutes from Murfreesboro City, which statistically speaking, city schools pay well and much more than any other type of school, and then Rutherford County as well. I mean, so and they're growing, so they always need teachers. So I'm sure they're poaching your teachers
And administrators.
and administrators. So,
Every position they take from us. I interviewed a principal candidate from Rutherford County, and they're an assistant principal, and they're making more than what we pay our principals. So, yeah, quite a bit more.
Turned down? Did you get turned down?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I was just right off the bat. Here's your salary. This is it.
What'd you promise them?
Luxurious living.
Beautiful scenery. Hazel
Small
flood.
town love and traditions and
Sometimes money isn't everything though. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're just really unhappy where you're at, it's.
I think a lot of people find that out when they go to Rutherford.
well, and they deal with a lot of issues. I mean, you have more students, you have more
Right.
things to deal with, certainly. So, do you feel that you're accountability driven as a board? We talked about, the beliefs, and you look at the last one, accountability and transparency at all levels.
I want to commend them on that. They actually approved for us for this year. My first year was just structure, as Wade was talking about, just trying to get us back to structure. And they committed in the budget for us to have Mastery Connect and iReady assessments, an assessment tool that we've never had in this county to at least know where our kids are throughout the year, so that when we get to the end of the year, we're not surprised at those TCAP results, and that for classroom teachers to know where their kids are, and so that they can grow them during the year. And we've never had that before. I mean, it costs money to have those tools, but they were committed to that. And it was a growing process, a little painful at first, but it's been well received now. And I hope we get results. It's going to take a while to get us out of the hole we were in, but I hope we see some results from that this year.
Well, I mean, even seeing, if you see a few percentage points across the board, I mean, when you think about that, if you're looking at across the board, that's pretty big.
Mhm.
So, well, I hope so too. We just gotta wait and see whenever we get the results back.
Yeah.
And that is certainly out of y'all's hands. We've talked about a collaborative relationship. Do you feel like you're kind of going back to iReady, data savvy? Do you all understand? I mean, we're going to talk about it today, like the report card. Do you all feel like you understand how the data works, what data is out there, where you can go and look for some of those answers? I think, we did a webinar over data stuff. Were you on it? I mean, there's a lot of resources out there. Do you feel like you understand it? The letter grading. I mean, that's brand new this year. Do you all feel like you understand how that?
I don't totally understand a lot of what they're doing at state level, but
Well, and that's something today. We've got some time built in to talk about issues. And if y'all want to, we can kind of look at that and explain, because I think when you see it in the paper, oh, you know, this elementary school got a B and this elementary school got a C. Nobody understands necessarily
How we got there.
how did you get there? They just kind of see the end result.
Mhm.
So being able to go in and look at your schools and say, oh yeah, this elementary school was a C, but in achievement we were a B, and in growth we were a C, and in this other area we were a C. So it's not just the one. Your kids don't get one grade. They get a science grade, a math grade, an English grade, a reading grade. You know, they get multiple grades to explain that.
What bothers me is the public really doesn't understand it too. I mean, it's not clear to me, but they don't have a clue. Like we have, our commissioners will see our grade level. They'll see a D, and that's all they see. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't, and then, boom. People from out of state looking to move here, they see a D. No, I'm not sure I want to go there.
Yeah.
It might be nice communities and nice area, but D. But they don't see the whole complexity of what got there, how they got there, and the other avenues like you were talking about. Growth, did they have good growth?
Well, and you could have decent growth and achievement, but then your subgroups may be the one that's pulling that grade down. And if you have growing subgroups, that's a growing pain in and of itself. Do you have the right ELL teachers? Do you have enough ELL teachers? That throws in challenges. So we can go over the data just so everybody understands. Do you feel like in this budget season you've aligned your resources to meet district goals? Kind of like I-Ready last year. Do you feel like you're aligning your resources and your decision making to meet those district goals?
We're using what monies we have to the max.
I think they have. They dedicated keeping our ESSER positions that we hired in place that were mental health supports, health service, and they dedicated themselves to try to bring in quality teachers, because I don't care what kind of materials and supplies and pretty buildings you have, if you don't have effective teachers, you're done for. And they saw the need, and so they've put, I guess, their money where their mouth was.
Well, that's good.
Many areas of the country right now are pushing towards not just mental health issues helping the student. They're actually bringing the parents in. They're involving the parents, because you do all you can do at school for the number of hours you have, and they go home and come back the next day.
Mm-hmm.
More than 90% of where they just what you got rid of is back.
Mhm.
And that looks like that's going to be the thing of the future. Schools are going to be doing a lot more what the public services ought to be doing that don't do.
Yeah.
A bunch of. There needs to be more funding for that.
Yeah.
We have a lot of problems, mental issue problems for our kids.
Well, that kind of goes back to you're dealing with more of the symptoms of what they're dealing with at home, or, in the family structure. They bring that to school and you all have to address it, but you can only address it while they're there.
The split family thing is a huge thing. So many issues come up. I see it. I have grandkids that the parents are split, and I just see it in them. I see sometimes the anger rises up, and even a small amount of depression even looks like it's on them sometimes, because it's just not a home unit like it should be.
It certainly has an effect. Sometimes it makes it more difficult just to operate in the school system too. One parent shows up that shouldn't be there. One parent comes to pick up that's not allowed to pick up.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to deal with those issues and figure out.
Parenting plan didn't always work out.
Do you feel like you're leading as a united team with the director?
Yes.
I have a lot of trouble with her, but
She can be a
deal
little bit
with.
sassy, but she's
Yeah.
alright, I reckon.
I'm just old. I'm just old and tired.
I'm there with you. I'm past your
You
old.
are.
You know-
I'm another type.
I
of old.
know.
There's something to say about not sugarcoating things either. Can we do it? Yes or no? If it's a no, okay. What can we do? You don't have to worry about the hemming and hawing. It's just being straightforward and to the point. That's all it is.
There you go.
Do you feel like you take part in team development and training together? Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, do you all feel like you're on the same page? I mean, for the most part, you're not gonna agree on everything necessarily, but do you all feel like you're moving towards, the same common goals when you look at them?
With the betterment of the system.
Yeah.
That's what
We're
pretty united on that.
long range educational plan, safe and supportive learning environment, culture of excellence, engaging families. Do you all feel like at the end of the day, what you all are doing are moving towards those goals?
Mm-hmm. We've done a big emphasis on safety this year, school safety, and we hired a guy that's used to be over the SROs and Rutherford is retired. So we've made big strides in safety.
Oh, yes.
That's great.
Yes.
All we can do, I mean, you don't do so much.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I know you all were working to get SROs. Joey,
Still don't have all,
Don't have
sheriff don't
all.
care. Not interested.
Doesn't have enough positions, enough people himself
Got 15
Two.
patrolmen short.
Oh, gotcha.
for him, for his, what he needs to be able to give us.
We did talk with him last week. Maybe we can talk about that this afternoon. We talk about some other things, with the sheriff, the safety director, myself, concerning not having SROs, asking if he could just, hire one more, to help us. And, what his thought was about hiring, even part-time people that have retired. Bill has some very good suggestions for him, but says he can't do that right now. So,
Well, yeah, we can talk about that. All right. I feel like when you turn to page 10, you look at the code of conduct, and this is one of those things where it's agreed upon that this is how we're going to act with one another. This is how we're going to treat one another. This is how we're going to treat the director of schools. Looking at the board, does everybody feel like they understand that the board makes decisions as a team? And does everybody be okay with sometimes not being in the majority vote? That happens as well. But it's okay not to be in the majority vote. It's okay for everybody to have their own opinion. Do you feel like you can, I guess my point is, do you feel like you can communicate that opinion and everybody respects it, even if they don't agree with it? Does everybody feel like they have the opportunity to share their thoughts and opinions?
We're also here for our district, and if it's what our district wants, that's what we have to.
And at the end of the day, I mean, as long as everybody feels like they can share that, I think that's really important. And I mean, you have your individual districts, but you also have the whole district you have to think about as well. And sometimes that's not an easy decision either. That, if the school on this side of the county and Wade's district needs a new air conditioner, but the school on the other side of the county, well, they could use a new air conditioner, but their air conditioner isn't going out. It kind of makes it hard sometimes.
If we ever get to 3 schools, really we just be coming out of a voting district. Then we really are just considering the whole. I'm not representing a particular school any longer. It happens to be in my district. And, that'll go away eventually, hopefully. We got to get 3 schools, so I see that just kind of evaporate. Then you got to really think about the whole, which I've tried. That was my goal when I was elected. I even told my principal, in my school, hey, I'm for you, I'll help you, but I gotta think about not just you, but this whole district. I've always tried to keep the district in mind first.
Yeah, but we're a district. We're elected from a district. Our focus first is our district, and then it would benefit, depending on our decision, everyone as a whole. But our true, what we're here for is our district, and that's our loyalty. It's supposed to be to our
How do you do
district.
that when you go through school? What's that district got to do with anything?
There's, that's not a point right now.
No, no,
Now is,
I know that's the way it is now, but I'm just saying, you know, that's the way you approach it. I don't approach it that way.
but that's how it is as an elected official. That's what is. That's what it's supposed to be.
I think you are elected from a district and you have a constituency. I think I said it
Yeah.
from your district, but at the same time, you're elected to make decisions for
The whole.
the entire county. So at the end of the day, whatever decision you make impacts the entire county, and you've got to understand that whether impacting your district or not impacting your district, it still impacts the entire county. And if whatever decision it is ultimately is good for the system, well then in some way, shape, or form it's gonna be good for your district. It may not be initially be good, but then there are things that happen all the time that aren't initially good for somebody's individual district, but the whole makes it better. So, and it's hard. I mean, in a small district like this, everybody knows everybody. But at the same time, you all are the county board of education, so you've got to look at the district as a whole, and what do you need to do for the district. So, what about we talked about relations with the director of schools. What about relations to the community? What about keeping everybody informed? We talked about that. Looking at both current and future educational needs. And when I talk about the community, you know, there's a specific portion about the community, but what about also the students, and what about the teachers? What about those relationships with those stakeholders? How do you feel that they sit right now? I think the last time we had a board retreat, you all were working on a consolidation plan or closing a couple schools, and there was some concern from the teachers about what's going to happen. Do you feel like that got worked out? Do you feel like communication from the board to the teachers is better?
That plan's still on hold. We're still.
Okay, well, that plan's on hold. Do you all feel like even with the plan being on hold, the communication is still good with the teachers?
I think we try to get it out. I think they don't understand. But I feel like we, as a board and the Board of Education here, tries to relay as much as we can. I know we're crowded. We all know we're crowded in the middle school and the elementary school over there. But we have no more, our money funds. But I think we've got a great staff that have made it work. Like they've gone up above and beyond to do what they can for the kids. Principals, vice principals, teachers. They're making it for them. So I feel like, me personally, feel like we have a good relationship. Others may not. But
We try to put the information out there to people, and it's in
Okay.
multiple places. As soon as we find out, we try to
Let everybody know.
let everybody know. So
Well, what about turn to page 13? If you look, there are some topics, and you've probably seen this list before. But based on the things we're going to talk about today and a little bit later on, is there anything on here you have questions about? We're going to talk about academics, for instance. But so if you go academic wise, curriculum. The board adopts the curriculum. The director recommends the curriculum. Believe it or not, assignment and transfer. You all have a policy on it, and the director implements that policy. So when you talk about academics, it's not just necessarily curriculum. It's who are my strong teachers? Where do I need those teachers to work? Are there certain kids that need more help? Do I need to put more resources towards maybe interventionists for those students? Turn it over to, you know, textbooks, adopting textbooks, a strategic plan. Are there any questions? This is not an exhaustive list of everything. We tried to put the big items that people always have questions on. Is there anything not on this list you have a question on as far as the relationship between the board and the director?
I think we do pretty good.
Everybody feel comfortable?
You know, a lot of stuff, I don't even, luckily, we've not had to deal with a lot of this stuff.
Well, that's good.
Well, like the students and having your own punishment and all that, thank goodness we've not had to do any of that.
Suspension, DHAs.
Oh, we do those.
You do those, they just never get.
They don't get
ain't
to
making
them.
us,
They
that's
make
what I
court,
mean,
yeah.
yeah. I feel like we know all these.
And when you look at it, you know, you see some of these that say approve or adopt. From the director is a recommendation. In that approve and adopt phase, when it comes to you all have input on that. I mean, it's, you have to make that decision. The director can recommend, but whatever happens at the end of the day, not saying she will, but if she makes a bad recommendation and you all go through with it at the end of the day, it's something you all approved. So it kind of goes back to the communication piece, making sure you understand what's going on, so you're okay with what's happening. Or if you're not okay with it, you communicate to the director. Any questions on any of these? No? All right, so let's talk about teamwork. Turn to page 20. 12 characteristics of an effective team. If you could give yourself a rating between, well, let's just use A, B, C, D, or F. What rating would you give as far as the board working as an effective team? Does anybody want to give?
Like us in general as a board?
Yeah. Not the director necessarily, but you as a board. How do you feel like you're working as a team?
I mean, I think we're at least a B plus, if not an A minus. But I mean, that's my thoughts. I mean, everybody else might take their own. But
They can be as well, but I mean, there's always.
There's always room for improvement. And by
I think we work well as a team. I mean, we don't always agree.
which is okay.
Which is okay. Sometimes I personally feel like I have a tendency sometimes to have a different point of view as everybody else. Sometimes I feel like my point of view gets overlooked sometimes, like people are not seeing what I'm seeing. But at the end of the day, I feel like we are an effective team.
So you all are in a position now. You feel like it's okay to disagree, and you can disagree agreeably.
Yes.
Okay. As far as not being able, do you feel like you have the opportunity to communicate your positions? Or do you feel like, okay. I think that's important.
If not, I will create the opportunity.
Hey, I understand. You know,
Sassy. I I like to be,
She
I like
called
to
me
do my part.
sassy.
Well, it goes back to number 5, right? Civilized disagreements. Civility.
Mhm.
You all can disagree civilly. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. That's just the nature of it. At no time can you get 5 people in a room and agree 100% of the time on absolutely everything. Probably the more trivial it is, like the color of paint or the type of floors, probably the more disagreement that occurs. But that's okay as long as you can talk about the different options. And that's what I want to make sure out of here, that everybody, agreement or not agreement, feel like they can communicate and share their opinions. Because there are instances where people, you don't want anybody to feel like they're shut down or they don't have an opportunity to share their opinions or thoughts. I think that's really important. So civilized disagreement is, or creating the opportunity to share.
Mhm.
And that kind of goes back with open communication. People feeling like they have the ability to communicate their position and desires. What about once a decision is made? So let's say it's 4-1. What about once a decision is made? Do you all feel like at that point you move to whatever the decision is that the board made?
Yes.
Majority rules.
Or sometimes it may be 4-1. You may be the one. Does everybody feel like the board moves forward then and says, okay, we've had our conversations, we've had our discussion, we've had our deliberations, but we've made a decision, so let's do our best to make that decision happen, whether we agree with it or not? Does everybody feel? Okay.
I would like to throw in there, as a chairman, if I've ever cut you off, I didn't mean to. Seriously, because I try to give you as much open opportunity. So if you ever want to speak, you just.
Oh man, it's pretty hard to cut me
Well,
off.
that's what
Once
I feel
go,
like.
I'm just gonna
I
go.
feel like I try to get everybody's opinion on everything
Yes.
before we move on. So, but I just want to throw that out there. As of right now, as the chairman, like, if there's more discussion in a workshop, please say something, because I sure don't want to cut no one off from if they were still had an opinion. Because I mean, that's how we make our decisions for these kids and our teachers. I mean, it's discussion.
Well, and I mean, everybody approaches an issue from their own point of view.
Right.
So the things you think about may not be the same things you think
Right.
about. And it may be the first time you're hearing of something when you share it or Wade shares it. That may be the first time you even consider.
Mm-hmm.
Changes your.
It
you're like,
changes
"Oh,
your
wait,
opinion."
yeah."
And I think that's, we always tell you, you've heard, don't commit your vote until you're, you never know how somebody else is going to approach something, and you may hear something all of a sudden that just, oh man.
Turn that light bulb on. Another
Yeah.
light bulb.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's, I mean, you can do your best to say, this is my position, but I always caution people to. I've seen board members run into it. They said, "Oh yes, we're going to do it," and they get to that meeting and somebody brings something up, and they think, "Oh my gosh, I've never thought of that. I sat in a room and we worked this out, and never even dawned on us this, So, but that's the beauty of having a diverse board that comes from all different perspectives and backgrounds. I mean, if you're just approaching something from an educator point of view versus a business individual's point of view, it's different. And while you're in the business of educating, so your product is education, but at the same time, I would bet money you're the biggest business in the county, largest employer.
Yes.
Yeah, so biggest part of the county budget. So you've also got to look at it from that business perspective. That's not always easy.
Can't have tunnel vision. You gotta.
What about informality? I mean, I feel like you all are comfortable around one another. It seems like. Yeah. You can be informal. You can talk and feel like you've.
I think so.
Yeah. That's good. Any other thing on 20 or 21? As far as the chairmanship goes, do you feel like there's some shared leadership there, you have a lot more responsibility just as the chairman, logistics wise. You share that responsibility with the director in some cases. Do you feel like if ever needed, there's members of the board that could help as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. You may not have gotten to that point to where you need that.
No, I don't think I mean, besides just missing a few meetings, and I've let Mr. Ricker know too, and what's going on, and we've had those discussions. I feel like that.
Yeah, that's good. And it depends on what all you all are going through. I have in some districts they have, certain board members are working on this at the direction of the board. The board says, hey, why don't you take this, but you may not be in that position to be having to deal with that. All right. I mean, honestly, it seems like you all have a lot of good, positive governance happening. You've got the ability to make consensus decisions. You've got ability to share your opinions. I mean, seems like y'all are working together fairly well. Unless y'all just aren't saying anything while I'm here. Make it seem that way?
I mean, I think they do. I mean, they're all bringing their expertise to the table. I mean, we have people that are in all different walks of life, and I had someone tell me, a former director tell me, when you get more than two people in the room, you're going to have controversy. And so every now and then, there might be a disagreement, but I've not seen anything that would rise to the challenge that would make me nervous about turning the camera on and having a board meeting. I think even if we do disagree, they do it in a civil way.
I think that's important too. And I think it's important just to model it to your students. Like, you can have disagreements. It's fine. It's how you do it and how you go about it. And you don't always see that in the media or anywhere else about people having civilized disagreements. I mean, if you want your kids to learn that, I think you all should be modeling it. And you are modeling it. But I think I just always try to, when I do these, to emphasize the fact that you're acting as a role model to your students. And
Well, I think we're good at too. If I feel something should be done this way, and Derek says no, it should be done this way, I do feel like we're good about, we can meet in the middle and say, well, we can't do this and we can't do this, but we can meet in the middle and we can do this. Miss Bonnie's good about finding that middle for us. I mean, she really is. So I mean, I think that we are good about that.
good.
We can meet in the middle sometimes.
That's good. So let's look at the planning process. Why do we need a plan? So, revisiting beliefs, vision, and mission. So we talked about the beliefs. What about your vision? To actively engage in excellence every day in every way. I remember when you all set this up. You wanted, if I remember correctly, it wasn't just saying it, it was actions. It was, how can we actively do these things? How do you all feel about that vision statement? Do you still feel like it reflects what you want to see in the school district as a whole?
I do, and I think my personal opinion from what I've seen, not just us as a board, but as a district and teachers and principals, I mean, I feel like I see that in a lot of the two schools my kids are at, and what I've seen at the high school, what little I've talked to family members that I have up there. I mean, Miss Amy was dressed as a road cone this morning. So, I mean, I feel like we have the engage from a lot of people. Of course, there's a lot of people that just won't come in, do their job, and go home.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm a supervisor as well as my regular job, so I understand that. How people that go above and beyond, how people that's going to do what they get paid to do, and then they're done.
Yeah. But but based on that, I mean, do you feel like when they're doing, even when those people, when they're doing their job, are they doing their best at their job? You know, it may be 9 to 5, if you will, but as long as you're doing your best at that 9 to 5.
Which, you know, I look at it too, is that a lot of that falls on Miss Bonnie.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Miss Bonnie, my one employee, is doing her best every day that she can, and more. I mean,
Well, I think it's important that we have, and we do have, excellent principals. I think at, all of our schools, we do have excellent principals. And those principals set, the standard kind of like for the rest of the school. And I do think that we have very good principals, at our schools. So that helps a whole lot. That they're good principals, they're strong leaders. So that's a plus.
Oh, certainly. Anything else? What about the mission? To create an environment of excellence that will provide opportunities for all students to succeed and reach their full potential. So, do you, first off, that environment of excellence, have you established a school environment, a school culture? Or are you working to establish a school culture?
We are working on that.
Mm-hmm.
And do you feel like what you're establishing is a culture of excellence?
It's a work in progress.
Work in progress.
culture's hard to change.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, change is hard and inevitable, but changing a whole culture that's been there for past 4+ years, you know, it really changes things. So I feel like we are. I feel like Miss Bonnie is really pushing that.
Do you feel like what you're establishing provides opportunities for everyone?
We're working on it.
Do you feel like there's
I
some
feel
things
like
that
we're
need to be
Probably,
addressed?
yeah, we're probably coming up short a little bit on some of that, but like I said, that's.
Well, what
Takes time.
areas?
And
What
like you said
areas?
earlier, money, it's
Money.
sometimes.
Money, well, yeah. Money is certainly, but is there anything that you feel like that's in your control right now that you're coming up short on?
I mean, I feel like our CTE program has grown substantially over the past few years, and
I
we've
think
seen rewards from a lot of that this year, I feel like.
we are working on trying to form partnerships outside of our district. We had Nissan to come in. And those things take time to cultivate. And with the feasibility and the academic plans that we're working on, it's going to give the system, the board, a roadmap for the future. I think that's been the problem. We want all of these things, but we haven't had a plan to get them. And you gotta have a plan. You can't do it all at one time. You gotta start somewhere.
Well, and that goes back to, setting the right goals, setting the right strategies, setting the right objectives, and actually setting those objectives and strategies. Oh, was that
That's Mr. Cox.
Bobby?
Yeah, he's doing our next.
Wow, I hadn't seen him in a while.
part.
So you've got to have the right things in place, and we've talked about this before. Prior, you all set the goals, but then the director has to establish those objectives and strategies that are time specific. What are we going to do this year? What are we going to do the next year? What are we going to do the year after that? And you can have the best vision, mission, and goals, but if you don't have somebody bringing you objectives and strategies to get there, you're never going to get there. And those objectives and strategies, to your point, that's that roadmap.
And the academic piece is slower to get those goals for the long term,
Mm-hmm.
because you've got to have all the other things in place to be able to get to where we want to be, like with CTE and the different classes. We got to have the facilities in place to be able to do those things. So it's a work in progress, but I think it hopefully will have a plan that you can build on every year. But I mean, even with the academic planning, we've learned that we don't have a pipeline for leadership at all. And so that's the first thing that we've got to do. There's a lot of us that will be retiring soon
Mhm.
that are in leadership roles. We've got to have a pipeline. You talk about, you know, it's hard to find a teacher, but if you can't find an administrator, they have to be licensed. They can't be on a permit. So
You don't have any options
you
there.
don't have any option.
Well, and you know, this is something you all may be aware of. It's not only the ones that are going to retire, it's which ones are already retirement eligible.
They're, well, all of them.
But that kind of goes back to,
98%.
you may not think that I'm going to go anywhere, but if I'm retirement eligible at any point, I can just
Get up and go.
get up and go. And back to your point, having a pipeline, if you don't have one, you're gonna be up the creek.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, it affects students. And that goes back to, an environment of excellence and providing those opportunities to succeed and reach their full potential for all students. That all student, kind of you all talked about earlier, your ELL population is starting to grow, right?
Mhm.
You've also got to provide opportunities for those students. And it starts out with, what does your ELL program look like? And this may be the first time you're really having to grapple with that on a large scale. So, everyone with the vision, the mission, and the beliefs, are you all comfortable with those things? Do you feel like it reflects the school system and what you all want to do? Because if you look, you all have to have a plan by law in the planning process, but the vision is the pie in the sky, if you will. The beliefs are, what do we personally believe as a board? And then the mission is, what are we going to do in the school system that reflects that vision and beliefs? So do you feel like they all do tie together? Or is there something different that you feel like needs to be inserted in there? Because this belongs to you all. So I want to make sure that you all believe the vision, believe the mission, you believe the beliefs, and it encompasses and incorporates what you all as a board want to accomplish.
I feel like the bottom on accountability and transparency at all levels. I feel like we've got more transparent over the past year through the whole system. And I believe accountability as well is on there, but really the transparency stands out to me.
I mean, I think the transparency is key for the communication aspect.
Yeah.
People understand what's happening in the school system.
And as Miss Bonnie just mentioned, of course, I didn't know because I'm not in this office every day, but your potential leader is being developed. We didn't have that. So I'm glad that she has seen that. And of course, that's what I got told when I took a leadership role. Is you're always preparing someone else, whether they know it or not, to take your job. So you can either move up or if you retire. So I'm glad that she's noticed that and worked and put a plan for it.
I know we want the best for our students and our staff and everything, and I think we're working trying to get there best we can with our limited.
What we've got,
And unfortunately, there are limitations there. You only got so much money. You can only do so much. there's some things outside of your control, but it's looking at what you have and making informed decisions as opposed to doing things the same way, just for the ease of doing things the same way. Any other questions on vision, mission, beliefs? We're a little bit ahead of time, but that gives them a little bit more time for the feasibility study. I thought about going to goals right now, but it kind of dawned on me, if we're going to look at this feasibility study and everything, I want you all to look at that before we talk about goals, just in case that kind of keys something up to, oh, well, maybe we want to do something different. So I don't want to necessarily go over that until we go over that. So, roles and responsibilities, working together as a team, the planning process, vision, mission, beliefs. You all are okay with everything that we've got there? Okay. So why don't we do this? Didn't really build in a break. Do y'all want to take a short break? Come back in about 10 minutes, or however long it takes Bobby to get set up. Okay.
Put that on pause or anything. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm shorthanded at work and.
Oh, you're fine.
I get up and then all
How's
day.
the sound go? How's that coming in?
I did the same thing. I'm like, I know I had it off. I know I did.
I didn't know it was going to TikTok. That's what it was.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Doing well.
Morning. How are you?
Doing well. Story.
Long time no see. How you
How are
doing?
you, man?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How's the family doing?
Great. How about you?
Doing well. Doing
Of
well.
course. Got all mine last weekend. I told you, I got everybody graduated. All mine out of school. So, we're all
So-
good.
So that means you just take off to the beach now. You got anything
No,
else to worry about?
we haven't took off there yet. So,
Reallocate those funds.
right? We got to recover for a little bit.
What now? I don't need this. I
Aunt
don't know.
Michael is will come and pause. So
Okay.
at the moment,
Bobby might.
Want to present something.
well, no,
Okay.
we're just pausing for.
Yeah, no, but I think Bobby might.
What's that?
Well, I'll let Michael come down here.
Michael's on pause.
They're
so
recording this
right
for
now
one of the
it's-
board members that's not
Oh.
here.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
I'll get this out.
Don't secret.
No, I understand. So how's your family?
Good.
Now
We've
you
got,
got what, four?
yeah.
Four kids?
Goodness.
My oldest is in 6th grade,
Yeah.
and then I got a 4th grader right now, and a 1st grader, and then pre-K. So
Okay.
I'll have. We're in middle school, so you know that's a whole new world.
Yeah. Wow.
But we're managing.
That's good. That's good, man. Well, that's good.
My wife's probably managing better than I am.
Well, no, that seems to be the case. Yeah, mine.
Yeah.
I'm just thankful for her. I don't know, mine would have got raised if it hadn't been for her. So everybody else good?
Everybody's good.
Tammy good?
She's good. She's doing well. Let's see. Jennifer's doing well in the
Yeah.
office. Did you know Emily, right?
I've heard the name.
You might have retired right around the time her and Jenna came on board.
Right.
I'd say that Emily just had a baby, and then Jenna just had a baby this weekend. So
Oh,
in the
wow.
office. So
Okay.
so,
Wow.
but I mean everybody's doing good.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Water's good there at the office.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's got to be it, right?
Yeah.
My wife's friend actually had to go that day when she passed out at her house.
They couldn't do tests.
They done test and then they lost her test.
Oh, no.
Like it was bad. It was awful. Alright.
Well, I think
We're back to Miss Bonnie.
back to Miss Bonnie.
All right, as the board is aware, they approved that we could conduct a feasibility study along with an academic plan. The academic plan is another piece to this, but Mr. Bobby Cox has been working in our county with his team, from ESG. And that was the bid that you approved, and they're here to do their presentation of what they found.
So we just take it from there, huh?
Sorry, that was
Alright.
gonna be more elaborate, but.
No,
it didn't
there is
come
no
out.
more on
No trumpets,
Hey,
nothing.
That's about as
Sorry.
elaborate as you're gonna get with me, I'm just gonna tell you now.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Band
trying.
motivational-
There is no
motivational
need for a band or anything like that. Pass a few documents around, or however y'all wanna do that. Folders with the PowerPoint on it. One there, one extra.
Unless Ben wants to look at
Unless
one.
Ben, you want a copy?
Can we
It's up to y'all.
pass Aletha as well?
Give you a copy, Ben. We don't,
We
we
need
don't
an
left
extra
out.
one
Well, I
for
appreciate that.
another board member that's not here.
So, Ben is, I'll tell you this before we get started, Ben is probably one of my favorite guys. He, when I was a superintendent, called on Ben a lot to, give me advice and help, and, TSBA was always a great resource for us, and, what I always liked about Ben, I could always call Ben, and I'd always either get an answer or a call back. And that's, you can't say that a lot about a lot of people. And, so I appreciate that about Ben.
Thank you.
He's one of the good guys in education, that's for sure. That's for sure. So, as Bonnie had said, I don't really know where I need to get. I'm trying to figure out where everybody can see me, but
Why don't we do this?
the,
You wanna get up here, Bobby?
that's fine. The, no, you're fine. What we were commissioned to do was kind of look at the buildings, look at the feasibility of the buildings from a structural standpoint. Also look at it, like Bonnie said, working on, some of the academic portions as well. But what we have for you today is just what we've done as far as a feasibility study for the building. We looked at all of your buildings. We looked at the transportation department. We looked at the budget. We looked at projected enrollment. We looked at trying to do a holistic view of the entire system. The good thing about the study that we've done, that we won't move, my PowerPoint won't move. No, you're not. Maybe it'll move if I do that. How about I stand over here by you? The purpose of the study, as you'll see in there, is to really look at and document and communicate the educational needs, the fiscal needs of the district, and then recommendations to kind of guide you as a roadmap. At the end of the day, what we looked at was 10 to 15 years down the road. Currently, all the buildings that you have that you're occupying are really well taken care of. There's some things that we feel could improve, the building, which I think, you probably agree with that. But they're well maintained. Melody and the district does a great job of keeping those buildings up to date and usable each day for the students. So we've got just a little short video. I don't want to be kind of sales pitch wise or anything like that, but I do want you to know who we are and what we do. So I figured the video might be the best way to do that rather than me talking. Hopefully that'll come.
Sometimes people ask who we are. We think where we've been, who we work with, and why we do what we do best defines who we are. Our journey began in 1994 with a single thought, that innovative ideas combined with engineering and delivery excellence could make the world a better place. We were right. Building a strong track record of growth and innovation, we have seen firsthand how sustainable energy and infrastructure solutions make communities better and economies stronger. We have been at the crossroads of future and future, as well as at the intersection of problem and opportunity. Places where great ideas are born, lives changed, futures propelled. We've been around teachers, fighters, visionaries, problem solvers, innovators, around those who protect and protect and protect. And we've also been around words like engineering, power, infrastructure, energy, and around their synonyms, security, efficiency, resiliency, progress. So, who are we? We are an energy and infrastructure solutions leader driven by an entrepreneurial spirit and relentless focus on service excellence. From schools, cities, colleges, and universities to airports, hospitals, and military bases, we provide solutions that enable our customers to do more, be safer, learn, teach, live. There's something all of our people and projects have in common: exceptional ideas and delivery in pursuit of a better way. And throughout our journey, we've been creating springboards to help those we serve reach higher heights with a promise to always leave things better than we found them. This is ESG, and this is what we mean when we say, push further, think beyond.
So just a little bit about ESG, as you can see and what you've seen there, we have several different divisions. We have a schools and K-12 division that we work with city, county governments and schools, and we also have a federal division where we also operate and work with federal government as well. We're getting ready to do a large project in Fort Campbell. For instance, we have, a whole federal team that works on that side. So the people that I have with us today, David Reese is on this side. David is our regional manager. He operates out of Brentwood, where our office is at, and supervises, I think, a 4, 5, 6 state region in our region here. And then Jared Carlson, he's one of our engineers. David's an engineer as well as Jared. So when we came through and looked at the schools, I'm an educator. I live in McMinnville, retired 4 years ago, spent 20 years in administration there. And I looked at your buildings and the overall school operation from an educational perspective. And they looked at it from an engineering perspective, and we kind of brought that together to what you have there. So looking at just the highlights in the PowerPoint today, you can see in the study there's more detailed information. But we looked at your transportation department, interviewed your transportation supervisor. $750,000 budget annually, 23 buses that are operated on a daily basis. It's hard, just like every other school district, to get drivers. That's one of the barriers that you're having right now is finding drivers and not having any sub drivers as well. So sometimes, that zoning increases some ride time over across the district. So with some of the schools that have been reconfigured and rezoning, those are growing pains. I know that you all have. But as far as the transportation department, it's operating, well. There's a few suggestions that we might make on the zoning that you might look at some point in time, to decrease that ride time for students. And then also one other issue that there was mentioned was for athletic trips. A lot of times you got to make sure you get kids home from school. It's hard, especially in the spring when you have baseball and softball and things of that type, to get kids to athletic events. So that's a kind of a struggle that the transportation department's working with right now. But they're doing a great job of ensuring and making sure everybody gets to and from school and to those places as needed. Budget review. Lonnie wanted me to kind of look at your budget. Really a almost $20 million operation budget. A portion of the district's fund balance is used to, kind of balance the budget annually. That's kind of most school districts in Tennessee. I had that in Warren County. a lot of times that money is not spent out of your fund balance, but it's there, to balance the budget. And with, good management of that, it rolls back in at the end of the year. Of course, loss of ESSER dollars is going to hit this year. It's not just your district, but every district, faces that in the state. There's going to be a cliff, where people have had, positions or funds that were available that, we're not going to be there anymore. So that's one thing in the budget. The current funding, and revenue structure that we looked at, is not going to really support some major renovations. There's some things that you can do short term, but a lot of times those things have to go to the county to be bonded and things of that type. So there's some things that you can do short term, but long term, a stable revenue stream is going to help with funding the operation of the school, not only just building wise, but also academically. And again, those are things that are not indicative of every school district in Tennessee. Everybody faces that, especially when there is a reevaluation of property. A lot of times that maintenance of effort dollar kicks in. So, things that you can, do to offset some of those things, or, let the penny grow naturally, or try to keep the same number of pennies that you have. And a lot of times that's not necessarily your, decision. That's working with the county commission on that. But if you're looking at long-term, building and renovation projects, then those are going to have to be discussions that you have, because current budget, won't support that long-term. District enrollment. We recommended about a 400 to 600 student grade structure right now. You'll kind of see in there the elementary structure that you have. One of the issues you're facing at Cannon County Elementary is kind of having the 6-8 and the elementary all together. So that's there's some space issues there. But with looking at current growth, we did do a forecast out to 34, 35, and Bonnie provided me with the Boyd study, and we did some research on our end on that. And the forecast of where you're at, and I think Ben even said you all talked about that with your location to Rutherford County, sooner or later there's going to be some growth coming that way. Planned for that in the Boyd study was about 1.8%. In the study that we provided you, we looked at 2%, so we're pretty close there. So at some point in time in the area that you're in, there's probably going to be some growth over time. So planning for that with your buildings in a 400 to 600 structure. If it was an elementary school, if you had like 3 elementary schools at 400, students each, a middle school at 600 and a high school at 600, you would probably be prepared for whatever growth, came along. So, and right now you're kind of under that threshold a little bit, but that would help you expand for that growth. So looking at each one of the schools, kind of the good things and things that you might look at as challenges. If we looked at Cannon Elementary, current enrollment there is 320 students. We were recommending 400, and that's just in the elementary part. You have some pre-K and CDC pre-K classrooms there. The transient population, so you have students that are moving in, moving out due to the housing in the zone area. There's not really space for classroom, for ESL space. SRO rotates between schools, and there is some overcrowding because the middle school is in there in common areas, using the gym, using the cafeteria, using the library, things of that type. We know you've done a pretty good renovation project just recently. HVAC, lighting, cooling, tower in place. You did have the issue with the gym floor, but it was replaced when we were there. It looked good. There's really no fresh air units that are coming, into the building at the present time, so that might be a challenge down the road. And then to increase that, I think there's the plan for like 50 new units that would have to be installed in addition to the 22 new units that are already there, and you're on a control system to help conserve energy there. So you know, that building, I know was a major project there with brand new cooling towers and things of that type. So the building, you know, is in good shape. I know, I think all the security items, you know, we've talked about and looked at were installed as well. So, you know, that building, you know, obviously is in pretty good shape. It's just got some space issues with the configuration that's there now. Cannon South, 332 students. You know, that was one of the things when we talked with the principal. Sometimes busing is an issue with ride time over distance covered. Still have some portables in place there. Have an assistant principal that's there and her second year in the position, which kind of helps with the evaluation and staffing. RTI is staffed by teacher assistants. I'm not for sure if that's with ESSER or not.
Yes.
Okay, so that would, you know, an RTI will have to be addressed in the school, you know, with ESSER funds going away. And then your nurse splits time there. So when we did a roof evaluation there, it's 2 years old, but there's still some leaks that are going on there that your maintenance people are fighting around, and it's basically around the air units that are there that are aged and probably at some point need to be replaced. But you know, new roofs there, new windows there in the building. So as far as structurally, you know, everything, it looked good. There were some septic issues, but you do own the property back behind, you know, the school building. So that could be addressed in that way. 8 restrooms currently for 400, you know, roughly 400 people there. So that could be overtaxing the septic system a little bit. Their clinic space, and this is, you know, in most of the schools, I think the clinic space is in a classroom, so there's not any water in the classroom right now for there. And then I think the fire system is, you know, operating, but I don't think it's monitored by security equipment or any other company right now. I may be wrong with that, but I think that was something that was brought up. The camera system is pretty new as well. It's installed there, and then I think the security system, there is a keyless entry there, but I don't know if the alarm system was functioning at the time that we were there. So those might be a couple of things that need to be, you know, checked on. LED lighting again would help offset some of the costs there. HVAC renovation would help there. And then the overall building plan just to update classrooms. They've done a great job with technology there. There is some decking, I think, in one of the restrooms that fire marshal kind of has some pain points with, but you know, I don't know what you really do about that. I mean, you can't just replace all the decking, you know, throughout the school. So, but as far as that goes, just some refreshing of that building, you know, no really structural issues there. Cannon North, 232 students currently there. It was in the conversation, I think it was restructured, you know, rezoned maybe 2 or 3 times with Cannon Elementary with Barry Grammer at the time of the change. Have as assistant principal part-time. Transportation again with the length of students sometimes is an issue. And then there's projected growth over time, probably to the proximity of Rutherford County, you know, there at some point in time as Rutherford County grows, probably moving into that area. There's no staff restrooms. The clinic space again is taking up classroom space. The gate that's in front of the school, you know, would be something that we would suggest, you know, for security there. Lighting, HVAC, and controls again for energy savings. Some of the restrooms I think have been replumbed. You're probably going to need a new roof. The evaluation that we did was it's showing some signs of age, but 3 to 5 years probably going to have a new roof on that building. Office equipment, we did have the picture here. You have all the office equipment is down in the newer area. And that's an exit door there, so there's no real space there for office equipment. So it's in the hallway in the building, which is not ideal, but you know, something that, you know, probably could be addressed down the road. And then there's still multiple portable buildings on the property, there as well, so. Cannon Middle, again, a great, I think middle schools, especially with CTE programs and moving from transition to high school is a great concept. There's about 398 students there currently enrolled in the middle school. It is a crowded situation because they're on one hallway. So the administration of the school has done a really good job of working to ensure that, common spaces are used as they can, transition, when you start mixing, middle school kids and elementary kids, you have to be kind of strategic on how you do that. The administration's done a really good job of coordinating that. But there, some of the areas just on the academic side it's hard to implement, CTE programs, band, music, theater, things of that type, because there's not really any room to do that. So that's a consideration. Of course, the same things. It's in the same building as Cannon County Elementary, so the same structural issues apply there. So building's in good shape, operates well. You've addressed the energy savings and things of that type for that. So no real changes there. The high school, currently 529 students at the high school. It operates on an AB block with a skinny block on Friday. I think Courtney does a great job with the school. Very innovative, got several innovative programs there. The CTE dual credit with Motlow and MTSU is great, for workforce development and getting students that into programs that's going to lead to a skill or going to lead to job growth outside of the school area. There is the gym space is pretty much maximized, and there could be a use for an auxiliary gym at some point just because of athletics. I mean, you've got basketball, you've got volleyball, you've got physical education. You've got that space is used a lot. So that's one of the things in our interview that he did mention that might be something that's a consideration that would help him. Roof there again is 4 years old. There's been several additions since the school was built. Water source heating, from time to time has caused some issue, but it operates good. LED lighting was changed, not necessarily ideal sometimes in the hallways and in classrooms, but new LED lighting, there. Security issues our security cameras are updated and are in good shape there. Keyless entry, operates well. Traffic, obviously just the location, traffic is an issue getting in and out for school and, neighborhood events. So, we did look at the gym, Veterans Memorial Gym. Again, did a complete build. It needs a complete building renovation. I mean, I think you're aware of that. Electrical, foundational, plumbing, HVAC. Has a new roof on it due to the damage that it sustained there. The gym flooring has been covered and is solid. It is in good shape. Currently, it's not operating, but just as we look through there, I mean, really like the aesthetics and the nostalgic gym. I mean, you don't see many gyms like that now. And it could really be a good space, but the cost of updating the facility versus other things that you have to do, our recommendation would probably be it would outweigh the benefit of what you have. I mean, there's other money that you could put in other places. Would it be a great place for a community center or something like that? Yeah, I mean it would if somebody wanted to put the money into it. And Bonnie kind of shared with us some of the architectural drawings that were there, and that would be a great space. It's going to take a lot of money to really put that back in a usable space. So, but it's something that I know just from being in a small town that a lot of people have a lot of attachments to, and we're kind of like that in Warren County with our football stadium. It's in the natural bowl area there. you know, it's been there. I've you know, lived there all my life. Everybody still calls the high school the new high school. It's 30 years old, but it's still the new high school. You know, that's always the old high school. So, you know, I understand those facilities and those community things, and you know, those are, it's tough to let those things go, and but it would be a great space. I just, you know, that's just our recommendation. But again, you're the school board, and that's your call. East Side, you know, East Side really, we feel has a lot of potential. Currently, it's offline, as you know. Could be repurposed for educational use. Got new windows. It'd have to be updated. You know, again, the roof again would have to be addressed if you're going to keep that building 3 to 5 years. Upgrading, looking at the plumbing, septic system. Talking to Melanie, there's has been some septic issues that would have to be addressed. But you've got a lot of property. You have a lot of land there that it could be used for. And, you know, the classrooms in some of the older areas are a little bit smaller, but the newer areas are a good size. So it could, and, you know, be used again as an educational facility. It would have to be brought up to code to do that. Could alleviate, you know, some of the pressure off County Elementary. But the building's in really good shape, you know, and I know there's been conversation about CTE use and things of that type, which would be great. I mean, it's a good building, you know, it's a solid building. So at the end of the day, we came up with, you know, some recommendations. Option one would require upgrades of the kind of the K-5 structure, bringing East Side Elementary back online as a school. You know, these things, interior finishes, gym finishes, things of that type would have to be done. And you can see the kind of the estimated cost there of bringing that back online, about 1.5 to 3.5 in a 12-month time frame. What that would do is enable you to have 3 elementaries, north, south, and east side, convert Cannon County Elementary into a middle school that would give you room for expansion, and then you'd have the high school. So that's one option. The option two is convert the east side to a middle school. It does have proximity to the high school, so you could share facilities there, which, you know, it would have that proximity. It would alleviate, you know, again, the pressure on Cannon County Elementary. So you would still have, you know, the elementary structure there. Still have 3 elementaries, 1 middle, 1 high. Of course, the time frame would be a little bit longer there if you turned it into a middle school. You'd probably have to add some classrooms. You'd probably have to add a gym, competition gym. Probably have to do some light things to the classroom areas, and then possibly looking at CTE programming and things of that type. So a little bit more expense, more time to bring that back on and convert that campus to an middle school campus. But like I said, they're even in the front where the parking and the playgrounds are. I mean, there's potential there. If you wanted to put a football field there, there's room, you know, to do that. There's room by the fire hall there that you probably could build a gym and adjacent to the school. So there's potential, you know, there as well. So, and then the last one, you know, looking at building a new facility, either you know, a middle school, converting that east side back into a CTE center, or, you know, moving or selling that facility. You know, that option is pretty extensive, $40 to $60 million, depending upon what you build and what you do there. Again, you know, there's other options that we could have looked at as well. If you're looking at a high school, you know, from that perspective, you know, you're probably talking in the $70 to $80 million range, I would say, and convert one of the other buildings into a middle school. So, you know, there's several different options there, and a lot of the work that we do is in renovation of older buildings. We don't build new, you know, buildings. We historically don't do that, but you know, trying to give life to older buildings. So the buildings that you have, you know, are in good shape. Eastside's in good shape, with the exception of the Veterans Memorial Gym. You know, kind of the recommendations we would have probably be 1 and 2 would be probably the recommendation, cost effective wise, to get things pulled back up and alleviate some of the overcrowding there and busing issues. So at the end of the day, you know, what we hope that we can provide and help at some point is with the planning and the growth. You know, we can go more extensive into that. You know, working with budget stability. I know you're looking at some academic things as well that will affect the operating budget. You know, bringing community engagement in, you know, getting the feelings of the community. Obviously, you guys are on the board and are elected officials, so I know community, you know, aspect and community input is important to you all and the administration here. Expanded educational offerings. I think there's a great opportunity for CTE offerings here, as well as upper academic offerings. You know, you all are in really a prime location. I mean, you really, really are. I mean, you're close to Rutherford County, 4-year university. You've got partnerships already with Motlow State Community College and the TCAT, you know, in McMinnville and probably in other communities as well. Close to Cannon County. So there's a lot of benefit, you know, of where you're at just in location. And then just modernized learning environments, you know, schools historically, you know, like I said, the schools that I operated, you know, were 50-year-old buildings plus, you know, the high school, it's the middle school now, it was the high school when I was there. My dad was the first principal of Warren County High School in that building when it consolidated in '69, and it was a city high school before that, you know. So buildings can be, and we did a major renovation, buildings can be brought up and renovated. And some of those older buildings are really structurally solid, you know. I would say, you know, probably a whole lot better built than some buildings that we have today. So those are just some options there that we've included in the feasibility study, and I've done a lot of talking, so I'm going to stop talking, and we'll be glad to kind of answer any questions that you have. Or
could you go back 3 or 4 slides just so I can see the figure at the bottom of option 1?
Yeah, I think it's 1.5 to 3.5, roughly. Yeah.
And that would be putting all the pre-K where Cannon Elementary would be.
Yeah, that's kind of what we looked at. You know, we have that, you built that new addition there on Cannon Elementary. Depending upon that, it would give you some extra classroom space there for, you know, putting the pre-K or establishing a pre-K center. So you might actually have more pre-K students available if you have the funding, you know, to operate that. So yeah, that could definitely be done. And even if it was a middle school, you know, if you wanted to keep the pre-K classes there, we still feel like you could probably do that.
So on option 2,
Mm-hmm.
It says transforming Eastside Elementary into the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
So would your K through 5 be all at what is now?
The K5s, what we envision would K5 at South, at North, and then at Cannon Elementary. So all that would be K5.
You would still have all those other schools open.
Yeah.
You don't think that all elementary schools would be able to go to what is now the.
You know, we talked a lot about that, and if you're looking at growth and down the road, you know, there's potential that you could have 1,000 student elementary school, which is really large.
Mm-hmm.
Could it happen? Yeah, I mean, it could happen. I mean, you could combine them into 2. It would be large. It'd be a large elementary school. I don't know that I would as an educator would feel comfortable with that. But again, it could be done.
My understanding was originally designed for 700 or 800 students. We already had it on.
Well, I mean, the core of most buildings are, the core spaces, which are the, the gym and the library and the cafeteria and things of that type, are there, for that. And like I said, it could do it. I mean, I'm not saying it can't.
Why do you feel like it can't?
Well, I'm just more of a proponent of trying to keep class sizes, kind of reasonable and lower, and just operating the facility. I mean, operating a 800 student elementary school with pre-K and all the grade levels is a pretty good task. The ones that I've seen that are about 4 to 6 are good. I mean, they operate pretty smoothly and give students opportunity to have other options like art and music and things of that type. And like I said, I'm not saying that it can't be done.
Right. So you're not necessarily saying space wise, you're just saying operation.
Operational wise. Mm-hmm. But like I said, those are.
We have a limited facilities maintenance personnel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only reason I've always been trying to get to 3 schools, just to eliminate that burden of keeping those buildings up.
Right.
With a limited crew.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's always a, if you got less square footage, I mean, that's
Less roofs to fix.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot, to look at for sure. I mean, you're looking at the educational opportunities, looking at growth, looking at, others. I mean, in the 30 years that I've been in, the school of business, I mean, we've had middle school that was pushing, 800 students, which is a large, we've got 600 students in one of our elementary schools, but we've also got about 230 students in, one of the elementary schools too. So, it just depending upon where that sweet spot is and what you feel comfortable doing. But,
Could you keep maybe one of the schools open and have the majority, like have 2 elementary and not that 3?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
because you're talking about. I look at it on the education side
Sure.
of operations
Mm-hmm.
of what's good for kids inside a building.
Yeah.
And so, having everyone packed into one building is for me, if I was an administrator,
That's an issue.
it's like overwhelming.
It is.
But maybe possibly having 2
Yeah.
elementaries closer together.
Yeah.
And
and rezoning a little bit to
Logistically.
even up the the size of them. I mean, that can definitely be done too.
or even the transportation between
yeah.
the communities.
Right.
Did y'all look at the transportation of putting the middle school at Eastside School?
We did. There's still going to be some transportation woes. I mean, you're going to have to bus kids from the Rutherford County line all the way
It's
up.
me.
Yeah.
I will not do that.
Yeah, so that's a lot. I mean, there are some pros and cons, and vice versa. We looked at if you're looking at north, and got a wider area, and could there be a middle school out there? Possibly, but you got to bus kids all the way from there, all the way out. So there's no good way. So when we kind of looked at, if you're looking at a middle school structure and a middle school concept, that's why the elementary school is central. So that kind of helps with that, So, but there's
But
options all the way around.
I mean, that building, it is a large space,
Mm-hmm.
and do you feel like that putting just the middle school there,
Mm-hmm.
that you would have a lot of maybe unused space, or?
Well, that's why we were talking about the pre-K, program as well. So there could be some, but it also opens up opportunities to have career technical programs that you could drop down. You could have, shop areas and things of that type that you convert classroom space into that. So there might be some, some empty, spaces to begin with, but just being around educators, as long as I have been, they're pretty good about filling them up,
Right.
so they'll use them. And then also you've got opportunities that, you could probably start some programming that's, dual enrollment and high school things that could go on there that they could take with them. So I would rather have more space than less space, and the pre-K program would still stay there, which you could expand. So
As far as structure goes, do you think out of east side and north and south structurally, what building do you think is most structurally sound?
That's a good question. I might need to call on these guys on that one.
As far as like, plumbing, I mean,
Yeah.
if you had to pick one building, which would be,
Yeah.
like if you had to put kids in one of those buildings, which building would you
Yeah.
choose? Would be the best.
Oh, I don't know. I think they're all built about the same time.
Yeah, they're pretty
At
all
the same
equivalent.
time, so they probably all have the same things going on.
Mhm.
I think you've spent a little more care on the south, maybe over the years than the other two. So I don't know if I would say there's one, but like Bobby said earlier, they were built well. They're structurally all sound.
Mhm.
I think Bobby was saying I'd maximize the use of all of them. I know buildings sitting empty is not good for them. So.
No, it's not. I mean, again, it's proximity too. I mean, you've got one that's closer to Coffee County, you have one closer to Rutherford County, you got one closer to, McMinnville. The proximity, I don't know that I would have, as far as your question there, a structure, I mean, they're all in pretty good shape. I mean, it'll take more to bring East Side back up, now that it's not been used. And a lot of things have been taken out of it. So
And all three of them are best suited for an elementary school.
yeah,
So
they
converting
are.
any one of them to a middle school would take
Take a little work.
additional work.
And roofs are expensive, so the one with the newest roofs probably.
Yes,
the one.
yes.
That's what you choose, huh?
Yeah.
But they do all have land around them.
Yeah, they
So I
do.
mean, they do have room for growth and possibilities for expansion or building even new.
And with the roofs too, I mean, you don't have to, replace all the roof all at one time. You can section that off as well. So
So let's just say, in the grand scheme of things, we wanted to make, just throwing it out there, east side, a middle school. What would all have to be, you would need what?
So it would need additional classrooms, so you'd have to build an addition, and then also a gymnasium, if you weren't able to either utilize the high school gymnasium, or if you didn't do anything to Veterans Memorial, you would probably want another gymnasium on site at the middle school. The one that is there now would not be sufficient for a competitive middle school gym. And then additional upgrades to get the building up to code. So plumbing, outside air for the HVAC. You probably want to put in LED and things like that. Get the kitchen up to standards and up to code.
roof.
And roof.
I always envisioned that old gym, the gym there, CTE.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the stage is not being used now. I mean, it's being used for classroom space, but it can be definitely used. It could be converted into shop areas and things of that type, or woodworking areas, or it's a good space. Yeah.
When you say build a middle school, did you consider what one of the plans was before next to the veterans gym?
We talked about that, and I think
Two-story unit.
yeah, 2-story unit, taking the playground out, using that property there. We looked at that. I mean, it would be very tight, to do that, and then of course there's going to be a lot of traffic, in that area. And I don't know that we'd have to really kind of look at the whole footprint to see. It would be tough to stick one in there, I think in that area. I don't think it would hold it all. And then you've got playground space for the elementary school that you'd have to address, and as well. It would probably take all the space that's there.
City sewer was one thing we were looking at.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, wouldn't be on a septic system; it'd be on the city sewer, which is always an advantage. Yeah.
Did y'all look at budgetary numbers of what it would cost to redo the Memorial Gym?
We would have to come in, and we did. Jared did an extensive walkthrough all the way under the building. We didn't really have any numbers because we didn't really know what it would be used for if it was just used as a gym. We could probably pull some numbers together for you to do that. It's going to have full electrical, full plumbing, some structural under the bottom. Truthfully, probably all of that storage, the things that are down there would have to come out, and then we'd also have to get with the fire marshal as well to see, what he would prescribe.
Potentially 5 to 10 million.
It would depend on what you want to use it for. If you want to put bathrooms and locker rooms in it again, if you just want it to be a straight gym floor and that's all it is, and you put restrooms on the outside in the new addition, whether it be the middle school or even some other addition, but getting the entries up to fire code and ADA accessible, and then getting the electrical reworked and all the structural stuff. Bare minimum probably 3 to 5 million, just to get it functional and occupiable.
Right.
But if you want to do above and beyond that, locker rooms, plumbing, occupied space, then yeah, you're going to be in the $10 million.
Yeah. And that's not counting any unforeseen
Right.
on the
yeah.
on the structural.
If
It
we
could
put
get
locker rooms down there, we'd have to have an elevator.
Correct.
Yeah, you would for ADA.
And we can attach one to the outside, and we can do a lot of things around the building without impacting the existing structure, which would probably be recommended based on its age and what you could run into as far as existing infrastructure.
I thought an alternative school would fit in right there. We need one, but
Good.
that's
Yeah.
just a thought.
I think your alternative, you're using the portable at the high school for alternative space. Yeah. Anytime you can get rid of a portable, it's advisable to get rid of a portable. There's a lot of issues with those, age being one of them too, just accessibility, 3, security, and then they become a lot of work, over time.
I got a question about this. So you had mentioned earlier, if you had one elementary school, you are over your state limit on busing distance or time on bus, right?
It could affect that, for sure. I mean, I think there's been some extended ride time for sure on that. Now, if you're busing from county line to county line, could, depending upon route. Yeah.
That's something to take
Yeah,
into
that's something
consideration.
to consider. I mean, it can definitely affect that as well.
Like Cannon Middle, Cannon Elementary, if you turn it strictly into middle school,
Mm-hmm.
your plan would be to distribute those kids to north, south, and east,
Yes.
and then put all pre-K possibly in the newer
Yeah.
hall.
In the newer section, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that's budgetary on
Right.
the academic side, because you could. I don't know how many students that are not attending pre-K that could attend.
Well, right now, the budget only allows us to have what we have.
Right.
Because our pre-K budget hasn't changed.
Right. So if there are more students in the county that could take advantage of pre-K, then some of that could have to come into the building. So, and that just gives kids a head start, So that's an opportunity there. You don't want to ever, and that's the problem now. A lot of times you got elementary kids and 6, 8 kids kind of co-mingling, mixing, things of that type. If you can keep them separated, that's a better way to go.
From y'all's standpoint, if you turn that in the middle school into full middle school, do you have to keep the playground equipment?
The pre-K would have to have playground equipment.
Okay, but
They have their own on the side.
Yeah, they got their own on the side.
so if you remove that equipment and basketball floor, could that possibly be turned into a practice football field or a
Probably.
soccer field?
Yeah,
for the middle school?
repurposed. I'm sure we'd probably do that in that area because you've got some unused space on the other side. So yeah, I would say that could probably be done. Unless there's anything under there that we don't know about.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a
School
good
was
thing.
buried there, that's all.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I mean, I practiced there when I was in middle school and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could probably definitely be used, for that. And that way you wouldn't have to transport, I don't know where you're practicing now, you're
When
middle
I was in
school.
high school.
Have to go to high school, yeah.
But
Well,
I mean,
that's
if
the way
you
it
could
is.
have a practice field and then just
Yeah.
host high school games, that would take more use off our high school field. If we
Yeah.
had a practice field at the middle school.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I think that could definitely be done pretty
Well, right
easily.
now they're practicing on softball.
Mm-hmm. Right, some of them are trying to split some up.
Yeah. And that's one good and bad about, just from experience, having a middle school off-site, if you can have a practice field there, it does take pressure off of that. But then if you're still using the high school football field, every game's an away game, so you gotta pack up all your stuff, take it over there, and it is a headache. It's better to have it on one side if you can have it, but if you can't, then,
I don't know if there's enough room to even make it a full football field.
It's not. We had it.
Did you
We
have
had
looked
someone
at it?
come in, when I was principal at Woodbury Grammar
Yeah.
and did, an overall view of it.
Yeah.
One problem is because it's so close to the road,
Oh, okay.
you would have to have electrical, the, metal
Poles.
poles,
Yeah.
and there's not enough space for it.
Oh, for lights?
Mhm.
Oh. Well, I mean,
And even the stands.
if you did it without,
But it wouldn't be against the practice field. So
Not
it's
against the practice
Yeah,
field,
yeah.
you
just
could
a
use
full
it
stadium.
as a
yeah.
practice.
Yeah, as a
But not
competition
a field.
field, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I don't think you could do that, but you could probably do a practice field. Because you wouldn't have lights on it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Any other questions? Ben, you got any questions?
Good.
You good?
Just listen.
All right. Well, like I said, we're happy to, help in any way that we can. And if there's other information that you all need, please let us know. We're happy to, revise or get that, information to you. And,
I do want to introduce that's our county executive.
oh,
Fred
okay.
Mitchell.
How are you doing?
Sitting here.
Good to meet you.
I'm Director of Finance.
Right, now I remember her. Yeah,
And Neil,
Assistant.
yeah.
who is her assistant.
All right, well, good to meet you. I'm glad to have y'all.
You guys got any questions?
We gotta come to y'all for all this.
They're saying right now, no, you can't do anything.
No.
Got options anyway.
Yeah, well, there's always options, that's for sure. And like I said, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that and look at your buildings. And like I said, the buildings are in really good shape. Melanie and the team here does a great job of keeping them up and keeping them in good shape.
But getting it down to the best options is what's.
That's right,
important.
that's right.
the-
And that's
that's
what you guys are paid the big money to do. So, so
$7
I
yeah.
too.
Long
That
overdue.
could be overdue.
Yeah.
So just one more quick thing.
Okay.
On the district budget review,
Mhm.
the last one you said a stable and increased revenue stream is recommended.
Mhm.
Where's that come from?
Well, that's a good question. There's only so much you all can do.
Exactly.
There's only, just being quite honest. I mean, you can, do the jobs that we do a lot of and convert, buildings into energy savings and things of that type. There's 3 revenue streams that you all have. It's sales tax, property tax, and state, funding, and then federal funding. So you can offset, some of those things. So if you don't have the money in your budget, it's got to come from, property tax increase is the most stable because sales tax is off and on, so that's where it comes from. So I wish I had other options, but that's where it comes from. So, and you'll get extra money, with the new funding model with TISA. You'll get extra funds with enrollment as growth occurs, things of that type. But there's only so much you can do with that, and you got to stay solvent as well. And that's the hard thing about schools is buildings take up a lot of funds, you know, but your number one revenue or expenditure is your people, you know. So you got to hire teachers, you got to hire assistants, you got benefits, you got things of that type. But then a real close second is keeping your facilities up. So
Because I mean, this is, I mean, all this is great. Y'all did a wonderful job. But looking at your options and your estimated costs,
Yeah. Mhm.
not a lot of that seems feasible for us.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it is. I mean, it has to come from, it has to come from the county, and it's working with the county commission now.
That's where we possibly get a loan, and then prove that we could pay for it, and discuss in the finance department and stuff too.
Well, and that's, like I said, I did that for 8 years, and I was on the county commission for 4 years, and, I know both sides, of that. So it's a struggle. I mean, and I'll just tell you, I'm not a raise taxes guy, but at some point in time, it's, a friend of mine always used to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? At some point in time, you gotta have the money to do what you need to do long term for the benefit of the people that are going to live here. And
presenting this to the county commission will be.
Yeah.
a good-
Oh, I don't mind doing that. Yeah.
That was our plan.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Greg, just tell us when we need to do.
Hopefully we'll be able to-
Well, I need to have security on site. At that
Nah, I think we'll be fine.
But that is, I mean, it's a struggle because, you've got, nobody likes to pay more taxes. There's never anybody that's wanted to pay more taxes. And, me included, I don't want to do that either. But, when you look at the educational benefit long term, what does that do? When I was on the county commission, I never forgot this. I still remember this to this day. There was a reappraisal done, and I think there's been one done now. There's been several done over time. And what happens normally is, that maintenance of effort is kept. But, if school districts are allowed to grow naturally as the penny increases, it helps where you don't have to go to him and say, hey, I got to have more money. You can kind of grow naturally. But, and I didn't think about this when Carrier, and y'all probably lived here as long as I have, remember Carrier. When Carrier went out in McMinnville, that was a big lick, for Warren County. I mean, a lot of people work there.
Sure.
And so the county commission did a study, just like what you're doing, of how can, we overcome, that loss. And, the people that came in that did the study said, well, what you have to do is you have to have an educated workforce where you bring in jobs that pay more than the current average wage. And that stuck with me, because when you do that, then you have people spending more money in your community. You have people buying land, paying taxes, and, things of that type. So, there's something to be said for that, but there's also a balance. You can't put everything on the back of property owners, and you can't, in sales tax, a lot of time, you got to have, the workforce to bring in industry. And again, you all are in a great position right next to, you're close to the interstate, you're next to Rutherford County. When I have to go to Nashville, there ain't no telling how many people come through here, coming from Warren County, that go to work in Murfreesboro and Nashville. It's just constant.
Be here at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, same way. Yeah, exactly, same way. But that always stuck with me, and I think there's truth, truth to that. And some of the manufacturing I know that we have even in Warren County with Ridgestone and Rosu, a lot of those folks come from here and work there. They come from Bridgeport, Alabama, and work there. So and that's a revenue. That's a revenue source, for the community. But when Rosu has 1,200 operates 1,200 robotic welders every day. They're a tier 1 supplier for Nissan. And I really didn't think about it till the CEO told me when I was superintendent about partnering with us and the importance of having a CTE program in our district. And they donated 2 of those welders for us to operate, learn to work on things of that type. Because he said what happens is if your Ozu goes down and stops printing stamps for door panels, 2 hours later, they quit making cars at Nissan. And when they do that, there's about 6 and 8 zeros behind every minute that goes by, you know. So having that workforce is important, you know. So
That's a little of our problem, isn't it? About 80% of our people don't even work here.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, sure.
yeah.
Well, yes, we've had a little sales tax increase there, but we also got something we're gonna face also, and that's a wheel tax.
Yeah.
That is on the ballot to, continue or not continue.
Yeah. Yeah, we did that too. They decided to keep it, which was a good thing because it helped fund.
Is that right?
Yep.
What was the vote on that? Was that the people or the commission?
The commission.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had the power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they decided to keep it there. It was up because the new high school, you know, that was when Hickory Creek and the new high school came off. That's when the wheel tax is supposed to go away. But you're always going to have needs, you know, and it's better than, you know, better than property tax. So, you know, they kept to keep the wheel tax on, and it went strictly for schools and improving schools.
That's what ours was. It
Yeah.
was a bill on.
That's an opportunity. Anything else we can do for you? I know y'all got a busy day.
We appreciate y'all's time.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all. Appreciate what you do and, you know, the job that you do. Good to meet you.
Thank y'all.
Good to
Nice
meet
to
you.
meet y'all.
Bobby, you got extra?
Thank you.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, I got plenty right there.
Let me just say one for Alicia.
Got the money? If not, that.
Y'all wanna take a 10-minute break?
Yeah,
All right, we'll take 10 minutes before we come back.
Thank y'all. See y'all.
All right.
Good to meet you. Ben, did you tell these people what you do in your previous life?
And he
All right, so you all just went over the feasibility study. We're about 10 minutes early before lunch. So, few things I wanted to talk about before we break for lunch, and then kind of moving into the classifying issues portion after lunch. I mean, I think one, the feasibility plan, and the academic plan, what you all are looking at, and then look at the goals and figure out, do the goals support what you all want to do now that you've had a chance to at least hear from them on the plan. So develop and implement a long-range educational plan that provides opportunities and resources for all students, faculties, and staffs. Provide a safe and supportive learning environment in a unified community. Create a culture of excellence through high expectations in all areas, and engage families and communities as partners in the learning process. So, based on what we just talked about over the last really hour plus, your initial thoughts on the goals as it relates to what's just been put in front of you. What do you all think?
We got a lot of the thinking and discussion.
Yeah. Personally, I was hoping he would come in here and say, oh yeah, we can fit all your elementary students into the one huge building. And then this building will be good for your middle school. That's what I was hoping that he would say.
I don't think he shut that totally down.
He did. I think he was going off these growth numbers.
Yeah,
though.
that's what he was going on.
Allowing for
And I
growth.
mean,
I think he was also going off the fact that a school is not just classrooms.
Right.
And the number of kids that go in a classroom.
Right. And see, that was my mindset. I mean, I'm not an educator, I'm a nurse. So, I mean, my mindset, honestly, I was looking at, will X number of students just fit in this building? I mean, I wasn't thinking, about what he said, like, running the school and things like that. So,
Well, I think too, kind of going back to y'all's point about the growth, X number may fit in now,
right.
but I mean, they have the growth numbers on here somewhere.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
right here.
3% max, I think.
And that study he was referencing from is one that I got from the person that's over the growth plan in Cannon County. I forget, I've got the title up there, but he came in and talked with me, and he said, this is what planners use, the county planner, that's who it was. And he said, this is the study that we use, and it's out of UT, it's research based, so it wasn't just him doing some projections. He actually did that study.
And I mean, he ain't wrong. I mean, I go to Laverne every day. I mean, it's pushing more and more its way, and you see here, there's at least every other county commission, I feel like someone's wanting a land rezone from farming to whatever it's gonna be, where they can put in a subdivision, so. I mean, I'm kinda like you, Jessica, I kinda thought, but I see his point of, you got up for growth in your classrooms.
Did he tell us how many middle school students we have?
Yeah, there's,
that highlighted line,
So, 145, 132.
and I think it was in there somewhere.
Yeah, he also did right here.
you know, off the top of your head, Miss Bonnie.
398.
Yeah, slide 10.
So 398 in the middle school.
Which I think it's also back here too in here, but
How many in elementary?
Altogether,
The high school's 529. The elementary may be on the side before.
How many's in that building right now? With their Cannon County Elementary building?
Cannon County Elementary says 320 students. Cannon South says 332. Cannon North says 232.
we're a little over 800.
So north was
No,
232.
you're like close to 7 in that building.
Yes.
For the
Well, I'm
elementary and
not
middle.
That's
I'm not
slide
all
nine.
our
That's not,
elementary.
and that's probably not counting your pre-K.
Right.
Well, they don't they don't count in your enrollment numbers that you have to submit to the state, so.
But I'm talking about like elementary in general, we're almost.
Oh, we're at
no,
900,
it's
close to
900.
1,000, yeah.
So, just going on what's in the middle school and what's at Kennan Elementary
Yeah.
is 718.
And when you get those numbers, usually you project 50 more students on top of that. Because that's the give and flow, the ebb and flow that you get during a year.
So we have, just based on these numbers, we have about 884 elementary students.
Currently.
Currently, right at this study.
I mean, growth is a positive problem versus decline in enrollment.
If they ever get the water issue solved here, we will be looking at growth. That's the only thing that's holding us back toward Rutherford County because they can't, they're not approving any more water taps. Our water flows out of the county, not in.
Really?
Well, another problem is septic. It's very hard to get a septic system approved nowadays.
Well, it's just like,
Man, I don't have Cedar County water, I'm on
Especially on that
rainwater, I'm on
side.
rainwater.
Really? Wow.
On
This
that
side
So we
here,
live out in the middle of nowhere.
well, you know, it's amazing how many people you have in this county that still don't have
grandparents.
accessibility to city
Farm
water.
area.
My grandma still don't have accessibility to city water. And I mean,
Yeah. Done well.
yeah, you get up towards Bradeville, lower Bradeville is what the original Bradeville. Rutherford County Bradeville,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
So right
Everybody-
now,
Everybody on my street, none of
Oh,
us
yeah,
have,
that's what I'm saying.
none of us out there have city.
We have a principal
County,
that they haul water to a water tank. Built a new home, can't get a water tap, and they have a water tank that they have to haul water twice a week.
I do that, I don't miss that.
We've got the people that deliver water to fill up pools, we have them come in and fill up our tanks.
my well went out today. Camille was born. I hauled water that day. She was born at home, so
Oh my
had
goodness.
to go down
Showing his age,
the
eh?
road about 3 miles. What'd you say?
that
Showing your age.
that was just 1980 because Camille's the same age as me. Thank you very much.
Oh, I have to give him a hard time, Jessica. What was you gonna say, Jessica? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying,
You mentioned his age earlier.
I mean, right now, there's 718 students roughly in that one building, Cannon Elementary and the middle school. And it's packed. He said himself it's overcrowded. So going based off these numbers, there's 884 elementary students total in the county. So, I mean, that's 170 more than, 170 more people, bodies we would be packing into that school if we put all elementary.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
So but at the same time, I feel like that building is too big to be a middle school because then you just have 398 kids. And like he said, they can make use of the space, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it's like, use what you have wisely.
Or you could change your grade configuration. Of what you
That's
have
a very good point.
Because the way the building is built with the upper and lower levels, you could have changed your grade configuration.
Have a K through 4.
No, you could have had like a 4 or 5 on the lower end, like an intermediate type school, and then have your 6th, 7th, and 8th. Just a thought.
So have your 4th and 5th grade,
On the lower,
We're elementary.
and then your 6th, 7th, and 8th.
and then you don't have to bring another building.
So my question is.
Call it an intermediate school.
My question for you on that is, and I don't know all the ins and outs for classes. Could we still get rid of the playground, or would we have to have it?
You'd have to have a playground if you had fifth grade.
You have physical activity
That's what I
requirements, and you're gonna.
And I'm just looking at.
Yeah.
It's,
And kids need that release.
they do, yeah, no, I agree
Well,
100%, I'm not
We
arguing.
got
I mean,
behaviors.
My
as
kid's
it
in
is right
7th
now.
grade, and every once in a while they still go outside.
Yeah, and I'm not against that by no means.
I
don't
understand
wanna
what
think
you're
that.
saying.
Yeah, I know,
I'm just
I know where
trying
you're
to-
going.
If we did that, where we could try to help our middle school kind of have their own
Practice field.
practice, you know.
Well, I mean, would there be
kinda thing.
enough room to do a practice
You
field
could
in
do
a
that.
small playground
Could be,
somewhere?
that's what I'm saying, something you could look at. I'm just throwing, why, if we done the intermediate and fourth and fifth.
Well, back, they took a lot of the dirt and put it up there. It's bigger now than it was. But you still got that drop off right away before you get some other dirt to be rock and
You
dirt.
could take the pre-K, that pre-K playground that's there and remove that and remove the big tree, there, which is very hard wood. There's no
Yeah,
telling
that
what
would
it'd
be
take
hard.
to take that
Two
tree
or three
down.
chainsaws roll out there.
Just so y'all know, I kind of looked. If you follow the projections, by 34-35, you'll have 487 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and 309 4th and 5th graders. So you might in 34-35, that'd be 796.
So you'd be already busting.
You'd be that busting the scene.
I mean, it's y'all. I just wanted to.
Maybe by 2035, we may actually have some money that we can build something.
Well, but with that increase in
want to
student enrollment, you're talking about a lot more kids at what? Just using the study, that's 436 more kids. So that's times just the base amount right now. That's $3 million, just the base amount.
If you brought Eastside back as an elementary school, and I know you didn't, your goal was to have 3 schools, I understand that. But you would also think about the transportation costs you're gonna save of transporting those kids from Short Mountain Eastside area all the way to south. We're running into issues with buses, with repairs now, and just the logistics of it. And then having that Cannon Elementary open as a middle school, which is centralized, so it would just all flow back into town and then flow out of town instead of all the backtracking that we're having to do with students.
So, in my thoughts on the bus process, if we turned Eastside to whatever, K-5 school, we could initially utilize the ones that are running the elementary and middle school route in town. They would just run their route to either Eastside or South
Right,
or
whatever would be
north.
closest to their.
So really, you wouldn't add. You may actually save on some bus drivers, possibly. Is that what you're saying? am I thinking wrong or?
Well, I
Bus
mean, that's a
ride.
catch-22 because you've got the kids that are in town, and you got to remember the in-town routes go well out of the city limits. Those
Okay,
kids that
I
are
didn't
coming into
realize
the
that.
elementary. So, I mean, you got to think about that too. When I'm just looking at those Short Mountain kids that are having to go all the way to Woodland or south.
That would, what I'm saying is that would cut bus time and bus route mileage is what I guess I'm trying to say.
If we turned Eastside in, where we turned
If you had it back to a K-5, if
If
Eastside went to a K-5
your
school,
enrollment gets to the
instead of
point
going-
you have to do that.
and keep the other K-5s open.
according to them, that's what we'd have to do. And I mean, seeing the numbers,
He's just saying you can't put them all in that one building.
Right.
I mean, you could, but
and I agree with you. I know
Where we're at, so.
the original thought was the 3 schools for cost purposes because of what we had. But if you grow, you still go. Either way, we're going to spend money somewhere, and we're not going to be able to spend 40 to 60 million.
Yeah.
and that's
And then
cost
you gotta
today.
have, and you gotta have the land.
Well, it says on that, then he said 70 to 80 million.
For a high school.
Yeah,
For a high
well,
school.
for a high school, yeah.
So,
And that's
The middle
Go
school's the
ahead.
cheapest one to build.
what I was gonna throw out too was,
Say again.
Middle schools are
Oh,
cheaper
yeah.
to build.
what I was gonna throw out, Jessica, was the high school. You're talking about using classrooms, but correct me if I'm wrong. We don't utilize all classrooms.
No,
at
the high school,
really do.
I think
mean,
what, he didn't bring all that out, but when he talked to me, he said that the high school's in good shape as far as classrooms.
Mhm.
You're actually losing students at the high school. And the reason you're losing students is early graduation, and then you have,
Which is good.
and students going to Penn Foster. You know, that virtual online high school now is really taking students from us.
yes.
And so, you know, right now the high school's sitting where they're okay. They've got class size. When he finally gets the academic piece done, it's taken a lot longer than the feasibility because he had more people on the team. But you're gonna see that we've got class sizes that are well within reason. We have no classes overloaded at the high school at all.
But we're able to utilize that for the CTE stuff,
Mhm.
that we're trying to help these kids get a better start in life for the ones that don't wanna go to a four-year college.
So basically though, if we used Cannon Elementary right now as just the middle school, we would have to open up Eastside and have 3 elementary schools.
And you've got to be careful when you look at those numbers because you got 300 students, 300 plus, it's gonna have to be moved.
Yes.
That's what I was.
And your
looking at.
south is already
Full.
full, but
Mhm.
a lot of those students were 2 schools coming into 1 school. So that would be your Short Mountain population, your East Side population, which was somewhere around, Short Mountain was about 150, maybe 140. East Side was about 130, somewhere like that. So you'd have about 270 automatic that would come back and be out of the South area. But South has grown.
Yes.
So you would have to strategically take those 300 and move them into north and then south, because we have some that live on 53 that come down into the elementary school, and then those that are coming up the hill going toward Warren County, those students. Because we pick up for the elementary all the way to almost Elkins Church of Christ.
Mhm.
So they're closer to the east side
Right.
area really than they are the elementary school.
Initially, we would still have 3 elementaries.
Mhm. I mean, we wouldn't have to.
No, but if you made that into a middle school,
Mhm.
you're still at 3 elementaries like we are now.
Yeah.
You just have one more building. Your configuration right now is 3 elementaries, 1 middle, 1 high school, 5 schools in 4 buildings. So you're picking up a building.
I should have asked. I just wonder if that cost included the roof. Or
I
not.
think it did. I think that 1 to
did.
3 would,
I meant to ask.
It's-
or what was
in-
it, 3 to 5?
It's in here.
3 to 5.
This is.
So is making one of the other schools
Oh, it says required.
a middle
Okay.
school, was that not feasible?
What now?
Making one of the, like making either East Side or Woodland or West Side, making one of those a middle
East side
school.
was one that he mentioned. He looked at the other 2, evidently the cost or the land. You know, we got a septic line
Right.
issue at Woodland. They're all in that back when is septic lines.
That's something to be fixed. I mean,
Mhm.
But you run into.
you got 15 acres.
I think it was
middle
the
school needs to be
logistics.
more centralized.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because
understand
you see where
that.
I'm at, I'm not driving or busing my kid all the way to South.
But I feel like if you done the middle school out at East Side, I just lost my train of thought. Y'all go ahead.
It's
It's
8
just like-
minutes from town.
Yeah.
Right, but I had something else I was going to, sorry. I lost it.
I mean, I guess if you had to choose one to do the middle school, East Side would be better location wise. It would kind of be.
It's on 4 lane, that helps. But, you know, good road.
Well, what I know what I was gonna say is Eastside don't have nobody, so you wouldn't have to move kids for construction.
That's probably their thought too,
I bet.
because if you did anything else, you're gonna shut a building down,
Mhm.
basically.
But you're still looking at,
Well, I mean, he said you'd have to build a gym. I mean, could you take the gym that's there now and make that into classrooms?
I would
Yeah, that's what I
say,
was-
yeah.
That's what I had envisioned, like CTE being in there or something, or classroom.
When I walked it with him, that was the only one I actually got to walk. And the engineer was saying that it would take 22 classrooms, 22 to 25 classrooms, and they were 6 short. And the gym would, and he even said maybe fixing it into where you actually had an auditorium as well in there. So he just walked around and was pointing out things. I guess that's what they do. So saying this could be done this way or that way. The cafeteria would have to be expanded a little bit. But he felt like there was room out there for it all. Which I didn't see that. For me, all I was thinking of is septic's in the back and we're landlocked back here, and it's just what I had been hearing for a long time. But he didn't have any issues with it.
And another way to look, I'm gonna look at it with the building costs, but if you redone, turned Eastside opened it back up into a K5, you put a new roof, all new HVAC, lighting, the plumbing, everything that they're recommending that would have to be required, you'd almost have a new building. So to say, besides the structural part, but all the important stuff for the kids. I mean,
That's for K through 5 though. I was thinking middle school.
yeah, I know, I'm just saying on the K through 5 option,
Yeah,
is what I was saying.
One of the options.
Yeah. I don't know, just
One thing too is when we talk about transparency, we also need to get with the public and,
oh, yeah.
get their,
I mean, this can all be decided today too.
no, I'm just saying, we just,
Well, and I
make
think
sure
that's why we want to
they
go to the
say,
county
"Look."
commission with this. And then make it a public document. He told me he would provide like a 1 or 2 page info document that had the highlights of the study to put on the website. And then as you go through the process, I mean, this can't happen overnight. This would have to be a strategic plan where, first of all, you're going to have the funding piece in place. But I think educating the public is the number one thing right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you present it to the county commissioners, your commissioners, it wouldn't just be solely on those 5. You'd have your commissioners weighing in as well to their districts and, hey, what is your thoughts if I approve this amount of money, and they can arguably give more of the tax part of what would have to go up or what we could, they're going to initially see more of it than us, so hard to say, but I don't know. We got a lot of, at least we have options.
And there's a couple I think that are feasible. I don't think the 60 million.
Well, the part of that too is where would we do it with land?
Right now, there's 5-acre tracts in Canyon County selling for $300,000.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
Can you imagine by 15, 20?
Well, these lots on Adams Street, the bypass, they're selling for 300, and they're not even they're a quarter acre if you're lucky.
I don't think they're that.
I don't either. They're probably less than that.
These
I was
5
like,
acre
they're very
right
small. It's the house, that's it. There's not really a yard.
And these places are selling before they're ever built.
Well, you also talked about, all these subdivisions coming in. There's also, right now, I don't know if in y'all's area, there's also, for us, there's been a lot of people that have passed on and their properties are going into auction and dividing.
Yes.
big time,
Dividing
so,
their land,
so
yes.
there's more, you know.
And somebody's gonna buy up that farmland and make a subdivision and put 100 houses in there.
Well, they tried to do that on 96 one time before, but like he said, the water infrastructure is non-existent for a lot of the county.
And now you have that, is it a board or is it commissioners have to approve that for it to go from farm to subdivision? I know the commissioners have to approve it.
Well, our city council, they went to our city council when they did that, but
Yeah, we have a zoning guy, so he has to bring it to the commission.
Right.
Well, y'all want a break for lunch?
Sure
Fine.
smells good.
Think about it, and then we'll come back and, you know, you can talk about this more with the classifying issues and then other things that come up. I mean, this is a good time, it's fresh on your mind to just talk about what issues you're gonna face. Like Derek said, you're not gonna make a decision, but you're at least thinking about it and you can write down, hey, we need to think about this, and this, so. We'll break for lunch. Y'all ready to get back started?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we left off. Y'all were talking about the feasibility study and the results of that as it relates to the goals. Does anybody have any more thoughts on that study? On what your goals are? What your goals? Should your goals change? Should you add a goal? Should you take away a goal? I mean, you've got some options presented to you. So what do you all think as far as?
Well, the bottom one, engage families and community. I feel like we still need to do that in every day, but especially with this new feasibility study.
What are some things, maybe not changing the goal, but this is a good time to communicate that to the superintendent. What are some things you all would like to see to accomplish that goal? Like, I know one thing you all talked about, for instance, taking this to the county commission and presenting that to the county commission. What are some other things that you think you need to do to engage the community and families?
Well, I think people just need to understand that, you know, to do this, and it needs to be done, that we are gonna have to have funding, and, you know, we are, you know, potentially maybe having to raise taxes of some sort. I mean, nobody likes that, but I'll just be completely honest with you. I would 100% pay a higher tax rate knowing that the money went towards even if I did not have a kid in school. And I believe, you know, that's some mentality. You know, I don't have kids in school. I don't, you know, but even if I didn't have kids in school, I would happily pay more taxes knowing that our children are being better taken care of and have the things that we need. And I think they feel like that, oh, well, you know, they have enough money, they're just maybe not spending it right or whatever. But I mean, we're trying to do our best and we're pinching pennies. But I think that's a common misconception, is I think people think we have a lot more money than what we do, I guess is what I'm getting at.
And they got to realize the kids that are in our system could be board members or directors or principals or county
Yes.
commissioners, county executives.
Yes.
You look at all our county executives grew up here. Miss Bonnie's grew up around here. So I mean, it's all, everybody's pretty much still local. So they gotta look at that too. I feel like. I mean, they gotta have a good education, but they need good buildings to feel safe. And when a child, even if you're in a work area that's more clean and organized, you're gonna do better work than you are around a bunch of clutter or dark lights. And I mean, if we can do just the small things, it's a kid learning more.
I think another common misconception is, as far as, you know, money goes, a lot of it comes, you know, from the commission. Like, it's not like we can just call up the state and be like, hey, could you spot us $1 million? We need to do this. Like, it all has to
Well, and
filter in.
have you all, I know you're in the budget process right now. I mean, you've all looked at your funding and you got an idea of the way it looks. Well, it's
We
May,
voted
yeah,
on ours
yeah,
last
you voted on
week.
it. So you've got an idea of money from the state and the locals, and you're right. You can't just call them up and say, hey, we need another $2 million.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think Miss Bonnie, with the way it's kind of looking right now, we're not gonna go in the hole this year. So you know,
That's
and we
good.
were forecasting 600 in the hole. So I mean, that's a big change in culture.
Mhm.
Is a big. I mean, say $600,000 that we didn't plan on. We planned on spending. So I mean, that's a.
I think educating the public on how we receive our funding, what the minimum requirements are, even that we have to do, plus the unfunded mandates that we have to do. You know, we have this new third grade retention law, and to go along with that, for a child to be able to be promoted from third or fourth grade, they have to have low dose tutoring Well, the Alcor money that supplied our tutors is gone. And we had to find a way to keep 3 tutors, just 3, one for each building, to provide additional tutoring during the day for just those kids. And they didn't realize that that's money that we're having to take, we're using federal dollars to do that through our title funding, but we had to reallocate. We're not getting more funding for it. We just had to reallocate those dollars to go to those tutors. And we still don't know if we have enough money to make that work, because the state did not do their allocations correctly, and they're taking money from us, from our federal dollars that we just found out about. So they don't understand, and rightfully so, they shouldn't, how the budget works. So it's important for me, and the time I have remaining, to educate individuals on. I went to a group and did a presentation on TISA, how that works. And I just think it's just the lack of knowledge. It's not that they don't want to help us. I think every person that's on that commission want what's best for our kids, but I don't know if they all understand how our funding works, our funding body works, and the increased need of increasing our salaries. We've been talking about inflation during lunch. I mean, our employees have to have a working wage, and our skilled employees have to be paid according to their skill. And so we've got to be competitive. If not, we're going to keep sinking in the hole.
Well, and I think this feasibility study was, awesome, because, I mean, it shows exactly, it's just not us saying, hey, we need this and we need that. I mean, this is an outsider from, he has no connection to us whatsoever, and
He's
he's
not
saying,
gonna get anything extra for
right.
any
He's
what
saying,
they do.
you need this and you need that. So I think this is important that people will see we need that funding, because we need these things.
And then once we get the academic study back too, that'll help on some of the others.
Mm-hmm.
You think it'd be feasible to put some type of a poll out there and see, and list that and see what the public might think? Maybe we could just a survey.
That was the next steps that I wanted to do. Once we went to the commission with it, I felt like we needed to let them hear, and then make both of these documents, the academic plan and the feasibility plan. We have a TISA plan already on the website, and it has a survey attached to it, and we have to update that every year, so that's coming up. But I have these documents on the website and have a link that people can provide input and then bring it back to you, or just let you be owners of it so that you can read that in real time, what comments that are being made.
Any way that Michael can travel to our site? Do we know how many people even look at our site?
I think he does that. I think that's part of his grants that he has.
I'd be interested in if you actually even look and read what we put out.
They've come a long way with the website than where it was. Again, it's funding. The glossier you want, the more dollars.
Sometimes it's challenging to find stuff on there if you're not familiar.
Well, what other concerns as it relates to not only the feasibility study, but the safe and supportive learning environment in a unified community? I think you wanted to touch on some of the new options.
Yes, let me see if I can get Bill.
While we're waiting on that.
We might go to something else, because I think the sheriff wanted to pop in and
Okay.
just say a few things about the SRO option. Is that feasible, or you want me to do that another time?
That's fine.
You okay with that?
Develop and implement long-range educational plans. So the academic plan you all are receiving, I mean, it ties into the feasibility study. So what are you all looking and hoping to get out of long range of this go of academic plans? Of the academic plan? What's your long-term, where do you want to end up? What was the purpose?
Me personally is to bring our test grades up
Yes.
across the board. But not only, our test grades are important, but also, I disagree with tests anyways, just cause everybody's different. And I just think testing is, you should be able to test different ways, and that's just my opinion. But your test scores come up, but also where we can get to more CTE stuff and have these kids prepared. I mean, I know a student back in, I think 2020 that graduated with COVID and all that. I mean, he had his HVAC degree when he got out of high school, and he had to wait till October when he turned 18, and he turned 18, he got hired immediately, making like $28 an hour out of high school. I mean, that's unheard. I mean, that's unheard of. So I mean, I think, and it's just not you're the nurses. I think Siegel or Tullahoma has a flight simulator, which I know that's a long shot, but these kids are learning to fly while they're in high school. I got a cousin that goes to Tullahoma, and he'll have his license by the time he graduates.
Partner with MTSU.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I would just like to see more stuff compatible to this county. Like flight may not be something we need in this county. Like I think I've not been on there in a while, but on your website where you can tell what jobs are needed around our area.
You can compare actual open positions,
right,
and what people are looking for versus what you offer. And I mean, I think that's important. I mean, you can offer some great stuff, but if kids can't get a job with it,
Yeah.
Right.
Too many people go to college and make that mistake.
Yeah. So yeah, it's certainly important figuring out CTE wise, and I mean, y'all close to MTSU. So.
And we do have some partnerships through TCAP, Matt Minville, and I know that she's working on some things I'm working on MTSU trying to get a pipeline of teacher candidates to go into MTSU. We've signed the agreement. It's just getting it started, getting that off the ground. I've been wanting that pathway at the school, an education pathway, but they've had limited success in getting it off the ground just because the way the state says the person that teaches it has to be a family and consumer science teacher. And I don't agree with that because you've got all these people with high degrees here that teach in college, just in this office, and they teach education classes at college, but we can't teach our own students. It is. It's just the pathway route is just not there. But TCAP, we brought those people back in, and they toured Eastside, and they pretty much said they want to build. They're not looking for an old building. They're wanting to build new buildings. And then they went to Manchester and built one. So I don't think that's feasible, but if we could get our bus situation in hand so that we would have a bus that can transport our kids to Warren County to go into that program, that would be feasible. That's a 30-minute drive, not even 30 minutes on the 4-lane. That could be a possibility. But right now with our busing the way it is, we can't. But we do work study. There are kids that are going all over the place to do work study in our CTU. So Crystal's done a fabulous job, and she knows our limitations, but she keeps pushing for our kids to be in these facilities so they can get that real-time credit and then go right into the workforce when they get out.
When's the last time we had a student teacher come here and teach in our system?
We have them every year.
I mean, we've had some this year.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know, I didn't never hear about it.
In fact, our student teachers now, they get paid because if they're in their second placement residency, we hire them on a permit. It's called a clinical internship. We've had 2 this year. You've got one at South right now, Anna Grace Sism, and then we have one at North. And so they do their student teaching, but they're able to be paid as a teacher. And then when they get their diploma, our one at North, it just stayed on as a teacher and became a licensed teacher. So we actually went from a permit to a licensed teacher this year.
So
That
you're
one.
saying, when a student, like in the past, you know, a student teacher came and they just sit, watched and observed, and now you're actually got them in the classroom?
Mhm.
That's I hadn't heard that.
And I know the one from South is getting great reviews.
Yes.
A lot.
And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And they're still go through their whole clinical
Yeah.
practice with their supervisors and that
Mhm.
type of thing.
That was based on a legislative agenda item last year that passed.
Mhm.
So
Wow,
there you go.
I didn't know we had
It's
that.
really helped us in 2 cases.
That's great to hear. It's always good to hear the
Positives.
positive. Yeah. Like you were, you know, working on a bill and
Laws
actually see
change
it,
something
see
that's
it working.
positive.
But I would like to see us get our test scores up because as unfortunate as it is,
Exactly.
that is what
Funding
people
everything.
and everything, that's what it's based on. And it's.
And it can be done. I don't want anyone to say, well, we're in Cannon County and, and I'm like Derek. I don't believe anything should be based on one moment in time.
Me neither.
And I believe TCAP is one moment in time.
Mhm.
But there are school districts with the same demographics as Cannon County that are doing well. And we should be doing well.
Trials there for one.
Well, they got Clint Satterfield, so that's all I'm gonna say
Don't
there.
cut yourself short.
But Clint took a little dive the past year or so. I mean, you do. You go up and down. But I've seen our schools be level 5s, and I've seen our schools be level 1s, and a lot of that has to do with, we closed schools and we consolidated into different schools. That's a change. And when you have a change, you're always going to have a change in data usually. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. And so hopefully we're stabilizing. I think that's why it's been important that we just kind of be status quo for a little bit until we get our feet under us. And especially with staffing, we lost a few high quality teachers in the move. Our most effective teachers, which has affected our test scores through the district. So when I saw the letter grade, first of all, you said understand the letter grade. I don't think we still understand the letter grade. That all happened
The
very
last
quickly.
moment. After the school year ended, after the test scores went
Yes.
out, they actually finalized the formula. So going into the letter grading, people were looking at an old formula, but what was actually used was a different formula. So the finish line, if you will, was changed after the race was ran. So
I don't mean to be critical. Why does the state just seem like they're just dragged behind on everything and leave us all hanging year after year after year? What is that? Is that
been a lot of
management?
change.
Is that management?
Everybody has their own
I have
ideas.
my own opinion about that.
Sad.
It's just is what it is.
Well, in understanding that letter grade, you have an achievement component, which is your test scores. You have a growth component, and depending on which level of school, you have other indicators, and they all weigh differently, a different percentage. So your achievement is very heavy compared to your growth, compared to the other indicators. So you may have great growth, but if your achievement's low and your other indicators are low, it's gonna pull your overall score down, and vice versa. You may have great achievement, but if your growth is not where it's supposed to be in your other indicators, it's averaged all out, so it's gonna pull your grade down. So somebody might see a D, but when you go, can we pull it up on this one without messing with anything?
Maybe
Maybe just
go to a new window.
yeah, just go to that. Oh, you got it. Oh, look at that. If you go, I just always
I can just Google it.
yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I can't find her. You go to the state's website; it's so difficult to
Oh,
find
you can't
anything.
find it there. They hide it intentionally, I think.
What shocked me last year was, you take a school that's been taught it being so highly academic like Siebel. Siebel got a C last year, and you got Riverdale Open like a A. Kind of blew my mind.
And it's so fluid from year to year with your different populations that you have.
You can just enter a school. All right, and I know they have it on. They've embedded it here now.
Yeah, well,
Go
hang
to
on, I've got it. It's right here.
yeah, there you go. School letter grades, there it is. So if you look, your growth, your achievement weight is 50%, your growth is 40%, your highest need students is 10%. So it looks at the success rate, which is the success rate is the overall rate of master, on track, or master. So the two highest, meaning let's just say quote unquote you pass. That's looking at the overall rate. Then you have the subject areas that break it down. 3 through 5, 3 through 5 math, 3 through 5 science. So you can look and see where's my achievement rates on track or mastered. So 22% here, 22, 27. And then it looks at the subgroups. Now when it says in count, that means there's not enough kids in that subgroup to count towards that. Then you go over to your growth. Your growth is basically a 3-year statistical model of where students were and should be. I can't necessarily explain it. There's a multi-page manual if you want to have some light reading. And then it looks at growth for the highest need students, that population area. So when they take all this, they take this score and they put it on a scale, and that's weighted 50%. This one is weighted 40%, and that's how they get to a D. So you look, the achievement's a D, the high need is a D, and it's F. But your Ds are weighted at 60%, and your growth is at 40%. So that's why it stayed a D as opposed to going lower.
And that was one thing that the superintendents across the state complained about, because growth, for some of us, like the rural districts, we typically, not this past year, but typically we do better in growth. We're able to grow kids. Since we're so low in achievement already, we do better at growing students. And plus the fact at the middle school, you have your highest level kids taking Algebra 1, and so that means our 8th grade math scores are in the bucket, because your lower students are just taking regular math, and they typically score lower. So there's all kinds of dynamics to look at when you're looking at these.
Yeah, so your 8th graders, your high performing 8th graders are counted, they're not counted in that 8th grade math. They're counted, like you said, in algebra. So by giving your kids that option in the middle school, you're gonna see lower math scores just by the way it works out.
It's a game. I mean, it's like you're playing a game all the time. You're playing a game for funding, and now you're playing a game here. So we have Mr. Bill West. That's our safety director, and our sheriff, Daryl Young. And told them we were talking a little bit about safety in this retreat. So if y'all would like to share your thoughts.
Yes, how's everybody? Hope you're having a good day. I know one thing we were going to talk about is probably the new law on gun carry as well. But I tell you,
Can we pause this, because this is safety?
Oh yeah. So we've covered that part, dealing with the school safety issues. What other, as it relates to goals, we reviewed the goals. What other things are you looking for? And this is really, as you start looking at objectives and strategies, what are the steps you're going to have to take to get there? And that's one of the things I want to, we were talking about with the communication plan. These are the steps we want to see implemented. We talked about school safety. But what are other issues, other things related to the goals that you all want to see addressed, or just things in general that you want to see addressed, or certain things that you want to see happen along the way?
One objective I would love to see happen along the way is to, address the overcrowding situation and get the middle school separate from the elementary. I think that's important. Because I mean, I have a child that goes to the middle school, and so I know how that affects her. There's so many kids crammed in there. She has trouble hearing. And I mean, I'm not just bragging on her because she's my child, but I mean, she's, always been, her grades have always been excellent. And they're still excellent, but I can tell a slight dip in them. And she said, well, Mom, I can't hear. I don't, when I try to ask questions, the teacher doesn't even see me, that kind of thing. And even just as, I'm not able to use the bathroom all day because I can't get to the bathroom in time and get back to my class because the hallway is so crowded. Those kinds of things. So I would really love to see that, the middle school and the elementary school being divided somehow. And I know that that's going to have to be a work in progress, and it's going to take time, and it's not going to happen next year likely, but I really think that is something that I personally would love to focus on.
Well, we're gonna set our own classroom limit size, or we're gonna go by state? When we say we're overcrowded, why are we,
I think she's talking about the congestions in the
Confinement?
hallways, the shared spaces, in
y'all
that.
be heard in a classroom. You wanna be heard, I don't understand that part. I'm just saying,
Well, I just know that those classrooms in Woodbury Grammar were not ever large enough, if
No,
you
they're
ask me,
small.
for 7th and 8th grade students.
They wasn't designed for that.
They were not. When I was principal there, it was a struggle for my 6th through 8th teachers if they were trying to do group work or anything. Just the design of the room was limited. I remember having to go over and help a teacher because she was having discipline issues, and it was the structure of her room, the way she had it set up. So now that you're taking that whole wing there, that whole upper level, and trying to make it a school, I think that's the issues. It's the transitions. I go over there. It's overwhelming for me when I walk over during the transitions. It's like the high school has this long hallways that the flow is the amount of people. It's like being on the interstate. You got a longer span for those kids to go in and out. Whereas in that middle school, they're all there together. And then if you have a transition during lunch periods where the kids are from the elementary are actually having to come up through the middle school hallways, that in itself, it's not conducive to the elementary school, because when you have elementary teachers, kids walk in straight lines and they're very, very quiet. I mean, that's just elementary. But when they get up to that middle school, and the middle school kids are middle school kids, they're in the hallway, they're talking, they're having conversations. And then those little kids see that, well, then they start, it's just those little things of having that structure. You got one structured one way and another school running another way. And then you get up to the lobby. And that, especially when those lunch lines are ending for the elementary and those middle school lunch lines are beginning, that's another issue there, and that's your front of your school for the middle school. That's where parents come in. That's where, so yes, they've made it work. Yes, they could continue to make it work for a short time, but ideally, it's not an ideal situation. The common areas to me and the transitions are the issues. I'll have to commend them on, I think it's a lot better this year than it was the first year.
They've worked some of the kinks out.
They have been very creative with their scheduling. But there is no room for growth for the middle school in any kind of programming at all
No.
at this point.
And I have to say, I've gone to my son for telling me that he didn't hear something in class either, so now I feel
Well-
bad for getting on to him and
Well,
crying as well.
she tells me there's, it's not necessarily, sure, she could hear if all the kids in there are sitting
Yeah,
quiet
that's the
and
thing.
listening. But, if you start having, kids, one kid talks and two kids talk, and then it's just going to snowball. And then you've got all these kids talking. And she told me one day, she said, there was so many of us in there and everybody just started talking. The teacher just give up and just sat down.
Well, and I think too, that's another, there's a lot of issues there. I've taught at the high school and I had 35 to 40 kids in the classroom. And so a lot of that is teacher structure. And again, we have a high number of permits in our middle school right now. And those teachers have not been to school to get the techniques that they need. That's a work in progress. If those teachers stay, it's time to rehire teachers, and our principals are looking at things like that. So a lot of that classroom management is on the teacher. And but it is difficult when you have middle schoolers with that many middle schoolers, and when you come from an environment where you had 15 to 18 kids, of course that's going to be different. But in most schools, you have 25 kids to 30 in a 7th and 8th grade classroom. You just do, because the state says you can.
Does pre-K have to have a bathroom in every room?
Yes,
A law?
it's like a daycare. It's run
Yeah,
on daycare.
it's run, and it's not under, special ed kind of falls under state, but normal pre-K was moved. Oh, who's it under now? But yes, it's daycare.
There's federal guidelines probably, right?
For special ed it is.
I mean,
But
for
for
pre-K?
pre-K,
They get a lot of federal.
they do get a lot of federal, you have Head Start grants and that kind of stuff. And you have this, at the state level, you have a grant as well. Probably one of the biggest unfunded mandates you have to deal with is special education pre-K.
Why I asked that is, we only have so many rooms down there set aside for pre-K with bathrooms. So going forward, that'll be, I don't know if they looked at that, but that'd be quite an undertaking, getting bathrooms in classrooms now at this stage with a slab.
Oh, and the new edition.
You know where they are now. There's only so many of those rooms that got bathrooms.
I think your kindergarten classrooms all have bathrooms.
They did.
So you could open those up.
You could
If you move
could
them.
basically keep your pre-K classrooms where those where they are right now, because they need that doorway to transport in and out. And then if you had the need, you could actually have classes in the middle school in the new section and just have that other section, the lower end would all be pre-K if you did that. Then you could actually maybe do some things, with your older students, maybe even the high school students coming down and working in those classes and have child care classes there. There's all kinds of things you could do.
Just might have to limit our numbers down the road. We can't fill up half a building with pre-K.
Well, we just can't add any more pre-K. We don't have the funding for it.
We can't pay
We've
that.
had to pick up the pre-K assistants because the funding level stayed here and inflation's gone here. So we've had to now pick up all the pre-K assistants in your GP budget.
We never had to do that.
Another unfunded mandate.
Yep.
strategies would you like to see related to these? Or are there any?
I mean, we might add some goals, but those goals seem fairly consistent of what
What you're trying to accomplish?
We looked at those when we did the academic plan because that was part of it. And the team that I had here, which included principals, felt like that was a good mission, vision, goal statement because it pretty much covers safety, it covers academics.
Community relations, and then
Yeah.
your staff,
Mhm.
which is what you all. I mean, those were the big issues when you go back to the beliefs we looked at a few years ago.
So we did awesome last year.
We've usually changed it every year till this year.
So we,
Something in it we've changed. We're not through yet. We might.
But you're proceeding. I mean, you've got the academic study you're getting back. You got this feasibility plan, and then you're going to be able to at least for the feasibility plan present something, and then based on what the academic plan says, you know, that's gonna drive some of your goals and strategies depending on what they say.
And he did say that he could blend the two together since he's actually works for another company for the academic side, and that's the reason I asked him when we were doing the bidding and everything. Of course, he got the low bid for this. He was way low bid, not him, but this company. But was be able to bring them both together and have a document that includes both for you guys for your 5-year plan.
like, he got so many in like 10, 15 years, got.
Well, he
growth,
actually
'cause
did
that's
extend,
really,
uh-huh.
yeah, that was really, we are seeing growth.
Well, and that's going to drive some of the decisions too, because you want to take that into account, so you're not back here in 5 to 7 years with the same problems. So, any more objective strategies? Anything more on that? Anything that you feel like's been missing over the last few years that you thought was going to happen? It didn't necessarily get accomplished, or there were some changes that took place. Anything come to mind?
I just think we got better communication now. Not that we didn't have it before, but maybe we got a little bit more than we needed or we didn't need, if that makes sense. Like some stuff really we didn't even have to know.
Yeah.
But I think Bonnie keeps us updated on what we need to know when we need to know it. Kind of like the sheriff just said, his situation, So I'd like to thank her for that.
Yeah, I don't want to bash anybody from the past, but mixed communication is not good. We were getting a lot of mixed communication. That's caused a lot of problems.
Well, so let's turn to monitoring, evaluating, and modifying. So, as far as monitoring goes, what are some thoughts? Has anybody thought about how are you going to monitor your progress on the plan? Yes. You're already looking at coordinating some of your planning through the budget. Your annual operation plan. I mean, this academic study and feasibility study to realize where you're at. What are some other evaluation methods you think you would like to use? Once you get the plan in place or the changes in place, there's always something at a board meeting, It may not be a completion of an objective or a strategy, but it may be, I had a meeting, or the superintendent had a meeting with the sheriff, and we discussed this aspect. We may not accomplish it, but that's still moving towards different aspects of the plan and keeping it at the forefront. I think a lot of times you can come up with a great plan and you can stick it on the shelf, and then 3 years later, well, why didn't anything happen? Well, because nobody tried to implement it.
Weather happens, things happen.
Yeah.
It's-
Well, and also with that, keeping up with those things. Why weren't we able to accomplish the plan? Because then when it comes time next year, last year we couldn't do it because of X, Y, Z. Do we need to change something moving forward? Or is there something that we can do to address it as a board? One of the ways, do you all work off an annual agenda? Yeah, okay, good. That's one of the ways to, if you turn to page 67, just examples of, you know, an annual agenda, different things that you all can focus on throughout the year. And this is just an example, but you know, making sure that you have some type of interaction with your PTA or PTOs or your school support organizations, or are we sending information home in November about the budget and what we've done for this upcoming school year, we're putting in place for this upcoming school year. Just an example of some things you can do to ensure communication is working. When you're communicating and promoting the plan. I think you all talked about the communication piece. This, whatever you decide, there's going to have to be getting out into the community and explaining this is why we want to do it this way. To your point, educating, this is how funding is working. Working with the county commission, you know, getting that information out there. This helps. I mean, you've got an outside source, like you said, that's, nope, they need a roof. So you've got that objective data. Any questions on that aspect of it? I think it comes down to just being deliberate and working with intention. The final piece is, if you turn to page 81, it's the superintendent's evaluation. Now,
The fun.
the fun one.
I hate that thing, I'll just be honest with you. I'd just rather go sit in her office and talk to her.
Well, you've got to have some type of evaluation. And
Oh,
this
I
is
know.
I know. And this is what's in here is a kitchen sink approach, meaning everything in the kitchen sink. So you don't have. This is an example for people to look through and say, "Oh, I like that. I like that," and build one based on some of these examples. Now you don't have to use any of this. You could come up with whatever you want to come up with. But some districts don't have anything. So we provide an example. So the first portion of it, you have an administrator evaluation piece, and it just asks 20 questions from the administrators, the people that work with the superintendent on a regular basis. Then you have the subjective data, the observational data. Your observations as a board member as it relates to the superintendent. And then you have the, page 95, the objective data. You know? And all this is tied back to your strategic plan, your academic plan. So maybe your academic plan is going to say that if you do X, Y, and Z, you know, you can look for a certain percentage increase. Well, that's something that you could build into the evaluation. It does two things. One, it lets the superintendent know what she's accountable for. But two, it also lets you know where you're going to have to support the superintendent. So if you want to see increased academic scores and test scores, you've got to provide her support to actually get that done. You know, the perfect example was tutors. She brought up earlier. ESSER money's going away. All core money's going away. If you want to see improved academic scores and you put that in her evaluation, but you don't come and you don't provide the support for her to actually get what she needs to improve the scores, well, then that kind of goes back to you. No, I didn't hit that goal, but this is why. When I requested it, you all didn't fund it. So it helps go back to that communication piece to where you're all playing on from the same sheet of music and working together. And she knows what she's accountable for. You know what she's accountable for. You've got one goal. You're moving on in the same direction, as opposed to somebody getting upset about something 3 months ago and not saying anything to the superintendent and then bringing it up, later on. How does it relate to this? How does it relate to making a better educational environment for our students? Like I said, this is a kitchen sink approach. Not intended to use, every last one of these, but
I think we do, don't we? Have you seen these? Teresa, I think Teresa sends them out to us, but I'm pretty sure we use their good if I'm
We do.
mistaken.
well,
Yes.
what I was
Because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Because, the annual objectives with the, the grades reached and all that, I remember
Yeah,
struggling
they
with
do.
that a little bit.
What I would suggest is you all sit down with the superintendent and you figure out from these, and it may take you getting that academic plan to figure out, okay, ELA 3 through 5. You want to reach a certain goal, but there may be some sub things that have to happen first to get there. More professional development for your 3 through 5 teachers in teaching that those things that have to happen. And this can be a living document, so you don't have to have the same one every year, because she may come in Superwoman next year and mark it all off. Well, then what do you have the following year? It's meant to be a continual growth. So if you're hitting, if you go from 25% or 22% to 30%, you don't want to keep that 22% goal. Well, now, okay, we're at 30%. What do we need to do to get to 33, 32, So it's meant to come back at the beginning of the year. And really, this is the perfect time to sit down and say, what do we want to look at? What do we want to cut? What do we want to add? Because that puts you all in a good spot for the upcoming year. You know exactly what you're held accountable for. So if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I know we got all this, but I think it would be a great idea if we put in a pool and started a swim team at the high school. How does it relate to this? How does it relate to the plan you all approved? And that's her ability to say, well, hold on a second. You all voted as a board, this is what you want me to do. If y'all want to do something different, you all need to figure out what that is. And that keeps 5 people from tugging her in 5 different directions. So this would be a good time to come back and look, especially when you get that academic plan. How are we going to put this in place to where she knows what you want, but you've communicated to her, and then whatever she's coming back to you all with, it's related to what you want to see happen in the system.
So, if we done our meeting like we normally do, like early fall, could that for like next year's be discussed at that retreat in September or October?
Yep.
For that, because we don't do it till the end of the school year, correct?
What I would suggest doing, what I would suggest doing is letting the superintendent look at the current evaluation and look at things that you think are important that need to be in there to things that maybe are not as important. And you can go through and look. Some of these have 16, 17, a bunch of different things. So figure out maybe out of these, 11 on vision, what are the top 6? You all look at the same thing and say, we're going to pare down some of these things to the most important aspects that we want to see. And then do the same thing with the objective data. What is our focus going to be for this next year? And do that before that meeting. You could start it, you could look at that and provide input over the summer to where July, August, this is it. And then you do the evaluation at the end of the school year. You may not have all the test score numbers back, but you do it at the end of the school year, and then you say, okay, we just completed this evaluation. What do we need to keep for the following year? What's already been accomplished? What do we need to update and change? So her evaluation reflects what you all are looking for in the plan. Because if it works that way, when you do the evaluation, you should be celebrating marking things off. I mean, you're not going to put in her evaluation, you want to see a 70% proficiency rate in third grade ELA right off the bat. That's long-term goals. So what do we want to see this next year? And then come back to it. What do we want to see the following year? And then that kind of goes back to the contract aspect of it. If she's hitting those benchmarks and goals and the things that you put in place, well, then she's performing. And I don't know what's contained in the contract, but that could relate back to bonus or whatever. So it all that ties in with this to where everybody's working off the same sheet of music and there's not any side projects.
Probably we've heard that.
I think that's the way our school improvement plans are built, that we take where we're at and then we make a projection, what's reasonable. I mean, if you're at 22%, you saw some of those
Right.
rates. You can't be 50% in 1 year. I wish we could, and sometimes flukes happen, but being able to at least take where we're at, because even this year's scores, the school year started, the plan for the district was set when I came in. And so I did make some changes right off the bat, but you would need to take this year's scores when they come in and use that as a measuring tool.
Right.
Uh-huh. And what he said was make a projection. Do we want to see a 5% increase? Well, yeah, we do. I mean, I do. I want to see more. But instead of just saying 70% of our kids will be proficient
Right.
in third grade ELA.
Looking at the academic, what is a reasonable goal? And if a reasonable goal is 3%, I'm just throwing a number out there. Well, okay, you hit 3%, hey, that's great. But if you do hit that 5%, you far surpass that goal.
So would that be, in my thoughts, that would be more of another retreat type deal, wouldn't it? Say Saturday morning or even on an evening? Like,
You
would that
can do
be
it
called
at
that wouldn't be really a special called workshop, would it?
you
You
could
would wanna do that in your main workshop, would you?
If you wanted to. It
You could.
really depends on how you all want to structure it. The biggest thing is the board and the superintendent have to work together on
Right,
this.
right.
Um,
I guess I'm looking at
Time, how long?
a workshop. You have all your a lot of your principals and supervisors and some teachers there, and that might not even pertain to them. But do we?
In the link too.
Do you
Like
set
the time
a 2-hour limit on a Saturday morning? And I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying Saturday
Yeah.
morning, but
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I think that's a good
8
idea.
to 10,
Well,
and say, hey,
and
we're
what
just going to discuss this. We got our results back. Let's see where we can get to next year, type deal.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And that would just be called. We could just be a retreat, right?
yeah. I mean, you don't even have to do a whole day.
Right.
You could just come in and say, okay, what are your biggest things on integrity, fairness, and ethics that you want to see next year? All right, let's turn to the annual objectives. What are the biggest things that we need to see next year in our annual, based on the scores? What are the biggest things we need to see? And you do that at the beginning of the year, and then you set it, and that's it.
Yeah. I think that's
Since
what
it's
we
not
need to
a
do.
policy thing, it wouldn't need to be voted on, just
No.
discussed.
And you would adopt the instrument ahead of time, but you'd accept the results after you did the evaluation. So, I think that's the best method to incorporate. I mean, you can come up with a director's evaluation that says whatever you want it to say, but if you want to incorporate it in what you actually want to see happen, it's got to be a deliberate action where you work together to say, what do we need to accomplish in this upcoming year? What do we accomplish last year? So you're saying, check these boxes. These are the boxes we need to improve. These are the boxes we need to add.
Well, and that goes back to say, we've done this, and we've never sat down and discussed any of this in the 4 years we were on, I've been on the board. And, you know, so we really, you just go through there and you're like, I don't, like you said, had a hard time with the grades, cause we don't never really sit down and talk to them. So, I mean, if you get this, then when Miss Bonnie decides to retire, and if she retired and wanted to come back out of retirement, she said, well, look at my strategy, you know, the board gave me this, and I met these goals that they put on me.
Well, and you can go back in time, let's say you did retire and somebody new came in. You could go back 3 years, let's say, and say, this is where we started. And each year, this is where we've progressed. This is what we accomplished. This is what we added. Because once it's accomplished, that doesn't mean you kick it off to the wayside. Then it kind of goes into the maintenance phase of
Maintaining that.
yeah, you maintain that, you know, everybody needs a Chromebook. Okay, once everybody's got a Chromebook, that doesn't mean you throw it out the window. Now you switch that over to maintain. How do we maintain that program as opposed to getting to that program? So it's always continuously moving forward.
You could present that to the commissioners, so not her evaluation, but like, hey, this is our goals. This is what we're setting right here. You know,
And
we're not gonna go from a D to a B next year probably, but we're shooting for a C this year, you know.
And you'd have that strategic plan that says, this is how we're going to get there next
Right.
year, or this is how we're going to improve next year. And it's also going to say, then the next year, it's going to be a 5-year projection. And if we do this, this will happen. And if we do this, this will happen.
It's kind of like a training I've set through, and they're called wildly important goals. So you may have 10 wigs, is what they call them, and you've got them listed up here, but you want to take the top, put them in your top 10 order, and then you say, okay, we're going to focus on 1 and 2. But when you get 1 and 2 done, then you focus on 3 and 4, possibly 5. So instead of focusing on all 10 goals, you're just focusing on 1 or 2 at a time.
Yep.
And
So you're
knocking
going to
them off.
have that first one, for instance. You may have 3 objectives under that you want to accomplish over the 5 years. But under each objective is going to be certain things that you're going to have to do to meet that objective. So the WIG and yours is the objective of, we're going to do this over the course of the year. Then the strategy is, what are these
Right.
specific individual steps we're going to take to make that happen? So
I work better from an action plan. In my former job, I had to work off of an action plan. It tells me what I have to do. I'm competitive from way back when. And the more I can follow that plan and check things off, it helps me to know that I've done something other than you keep spinning your wheels and it's still the same thing over and over and over.
So
Back to that accountability.
the director's going to take back this and say, based on the academic plan, the feasibility study, what are the steps that we need to, what are the objectives we need to take to make engaged families and communities partners? Educate the family, educate the community on funding. Okay, how do we do that? That's where the strategies come in. So she's going to get with her team. How can we educate the community on funding? Present an open work. I'm just giving these examples.
Right.
I'm not saying have an open workshop night where the community can come to learn about school funding. Put a 1-pager by this date. Put a 1-page document online or resources from TDOE on school funding by this date. Put those action steps in place to say, once we do those, we can check this objective off. You still haven't met the goal yet, but that percentage completion towards that goal is happening. And also, like to your point, Ms. Bonnie, it's on paper. By this date, because she's going to pick the date, my staff and I will do this. By this date, we will do this. By this date, we will do this. And if we don't do this, she's going to be able to say, why didn't we do it? Why didn't we have that open forum? You said you were going to do it by this date. Oh, well, we had severe storms and tornadoes came through, so we had to cancel it, and now we've shifted it to another date. But that's open flow of communication, and that's making sure that the goals don't get kicked off to the side and people spin their wheels.
I think it's important for the next person in the seat, because I'll just tell you, it's always hard to change a job, any job, but this in particular, when you come into the role and there's not a template of anything. I mean, I did that as going over as a principal at Woodbury Grammar. The former principal had wiped out everything, every document that could have been usable at the time. He was a little angry, and so I had to come in with a blank canvas, which is good and bad at the same time. But I felt like that coming into this role, and so the first few months, it was just trying to keep my head above water and trying to figure out what direction we needed to go in. But for you to have that type of document for the next person to sit down with and have a plan in place, I think you're onto something there. With these plans that we're creating, it's only going to make the person that comes behind me their life easier. And yet they won't spend months just trying to figure out what they're doing as far as pushing the district forward. And I think that's been the problem here, is that there's been a lot of swimming and kind of sinking and no real boat coming to the rescue. You got to build the boat.
Well, and somewhere, I know it's in here, there's a sample strategic plan the way it looks, I just don't know, I can't find it. But it kind of outlines what should this look like. And it's basically an action plan. At the top of the page, you put the goal, then you put, well, kind of, yeah, that would
And
be.
that's what our academic plan looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like this.
And they would outline, what page is that on?
57.
So this is an example of a goal and just one objective for that goal. And then all the different steps to get to that one objective. Now you would have, under these goals, you're going to have multiple objectives.
Right.
But just think of almost like a chart, like up there, you have the goal. Then you have objective 1, 2, 3, 4. Then strategy 1 through 4 for objective 1, 1 through 4 for objective 2, 1 through 4 for objective 3. And each month, there's something in those strategies getting done to complete that objective. So the first month, it may be, strategy 5 under this objective. You met it. All right, let's mark it off. We did it. The next month, you may hit 8 and 10. We'll mark those off. You're continuously working, marking things off those action plans, and once everything's done, well, that objective is complete. What's the next objective? Because now you've done this one, it sets you up for the next one. Once you've done that one, it sets you up for the next one. And it's that continuous progress. So, and this is an example of, it may be departmental. It may be strictly facility school safety. Maybe there's just one objective under facility school safety. There may be another objective under school safety that deals with, personnel or the school safety plan or coordinating with the sheriff. So there's different things that can go along with it. And you can be as detailed as you want to be.
I think it's just a working document. It's what Bobby tried to help us with, was whatever we're putting on here as our action steps. As we do them or as we get into them, we might actually change, so that document can be changed as you're going along. Your goal statement's going to be the same, but your action steps on getting to your objective may change as you go through the work.
This is just the start of a strategic plan. This is the board's portion of the strategic plan. Now comes the superintendent's portion to fill in the details of how can we get there? How can the district accomplish the goals you all want?
and I think we met all the goals in that academic plan. We might be, well, actually, we would meet the goal about engaging families because within the feasibility plan and within the academic plan, there is a section on that communicating that to the families. So it may not say that completely, the same sentence, but the work behind it is.
And then you accomplish that
Speaking of
work,
that.
and then you build on that work.
And we've been working on the academic plan, since October, November. It's just taken a long time to do it because of the layers that are there. We spent a long time doing a SWOT analysis of what the needs were within the district, and then breaking that down and picking the top 4 things that we thought we could work on.
Are there any other questions?
Evaluation scale.
So in the superintendent evaluation, you can weight each of those sections the same. You can give different weights to different sections. That's one of those things where you all can sit down with the superintendent and say, what do we want to weigh more heavily? Do we want to weigh, or do we want to weigh them all the same? And you all can come to a conclusion on maybe this year we want to weigh this objective data more than the objective data since you're starting off the strategic plan. Maybe you want to weigh them the same. You don't have to do the administrator's evaluation either. Maybe you cut that out, and it's just up to you all. If you do an evaluation from staff, we always suggest the administrators that work with her on a day-to-day basis, like people that actually interact with the superintendent. Because sometimes there's a tendency when people don't like something, well, the superintendent board's making us do it. May not have ever originated there, so. But you don't have to. It's up to you all.
I like that idea.
I was concerned we might need a 0 rating, but I don't think we're gonna have to.
It doesn't bother me.
You can only go up.
It doesn't bother me. Everybody can, I always tell that to everybody. Every parent that comes in complaining, every teacher or whatever, we can always do better.
True.
There's always room for improvement in everything.
But when there's goals that we all set together as a team, then when a public comes in here and she said, look, this is what the Board of Education and me come up with, this is what we're shooting for.
When it goes back to that communication piece of you all saying, we picked plan, I'm just gonna say 4 because there's not a 4 in there. We picked option 4 and, communicating why we picked option 4. And the superintendent's doing exactly, and that's part of it. When people come and complain about the superintendent doing something, if she's doing exactly what you all told her to do, she's doing her job. I mean, you can't make everybody happy. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of big choices that you all have to make, and she's going to carry those out. And if she's carrying out and doing what you've asked her to do, she's doing her job.
I know when I was working and, my wife was either homemaking or working, I'm guilty. I wasn't even keeping up with the board. And it seems like that's still a trend. We don't see many people from the public at our meetings
I think we have more watching now.
since we have this.
We do. We have individuals that are watching, and for various reasons, there's people that just watch to see if we mess up. But there's people that watch when they see something on the agenda that affects them. And I think that's been a good outlet for individuals because in our day and age, it's hard to go to a meeting all the time. And that allows families that have children that You know, they don't feel like they can bring those kids in those meetings they can hear. So, I like the fact that they're live streamed. I'm all about the transparency part.
Oh, yeah.
People need to know.
Job, sports, some people, like you said, not everybody can make it
Right.
all the time.
They can go back and watch it, you know, that type of thing, so.
Cause I'm amazed sometimes when I talk to people and they'll make these statements. I'll go, man, you're not even close, you know, you haven't been to a budget meeting to even have any facts to back up what you're saying. That's not the way it is. That's not the reality, and that is disturbing to me sometimes.
Call them historical statements.
Yeah.
People make statements because they've always heard it.
Mm-hmm.
And they have plenty of money. It was good for me. It's good for my children. You know, those statements.
Right.
And when I hear things like that, then I realize that's just because that's what they know. That's what they've grown up with. And that's on us, because we need to educate them, however that looks. And so we can make a start. I don't think we have done that. You know, we educate kids, but we got to educate our school community. And, you know, it's not always having a meeting and bringing everybody into the gym and talking to them, because to me, that's the worst thing to do, because then you don't really educate anyone. All you do is, you know, everybody starts the pounding, you know, of things that they don't like about what we're doing. So I think it's go into those smaller groups, and it's kind of like the church, you know, you go and have small groups and talk to people. And I think that's kind of what we need to do. We need to have more of those smaller group sessions. Me going to those political, you know, I met with the Democrats because they asked me to come. The Republicans, I'll look to go to them and talk to them, you know, at one of their meetings, or the Lions Club, or, you know, those types of things. I think that's where you start.
Yeah.
Well, we can also do educational videos with
I think so.
posting those as well.
I think that would be good, but you know, maybe just having
So
on
we
a
have
parent-teacher night, having a room available where I could go and just talk about funding or something like that. So there's a lot of things you could do on a smaller scale that you might get the information out quicker that way. So
people, parent open night, us be there as well. Any questions? We can.
Because when I've done 101s, they'll end up at the end and go, wow, I didn't realize that. And
that's what happened.
they're
when
going
I
to tell
did-
somebody else.
That's what happened when I did that one with the Democratic Party on TISA. And I just I used to state what they had out on their platform and just did a basic one-on-one with them, and they had no idea. No idea. That was right before the tax referendum. And they had no clue. They just thought we got money. You know, you get money to do this. All the money you're supposed to have. And you're not using it right, in the right ways. So no, that's not how it works. So, yeah.
And there's certainly a lot.
No, what TISA, sorry, Dan.
No, you go ahead.
To me, I look at it like it's a calculus equation, how they try to come up with.
You're going to have to bring it down a notch. I'm not
No,
going
I still don't
Yeah.
know about it.
Right. But I'm just saying, that's what it's.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, going back to you have enough money, you get audited every year. All of your data's public, you can see what, I think they have it almost to the penny, and here's what our accounts say. I mean, it's all out there, but it kind of goes back to people knowing where they can go and look. Any more issues, any more comments, any more questions? No? Well, okay. I think that's all I have today. I've got 3 of the stipend. I've got 4. So this says you you were here. So, well, thank y'all for having me.
Thank you, sir.
And Alicia's gonna watch the recorded version.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Been